Good evening and good morning from wherever you are. And yes, we are going to be talking about celebrity gossip and new recipes that Zam has found. Obviously, not. As you know, this last week, in fact, pretty much after we turned off the cameras, a couple of hours after we turned off the cameras of last week's show, all hell broke loose in Israel and Palestine. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Joining me are Shredder and Awake Zam. How long he stays awake for leaves much to be desired, but he will keep going as much as he can. Okay, so we do have a lot to talk about, and the be warned. If some of you that have been propagandized by Western media, you're not going to like what you're going to hear, which is the truth. And quite frankly, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a heavy stream to start off with. Then after that, we'll do the lighter stuff. Uh, so with that being said, William, do you want to take this, and I'll pop in with Zam whenever.
Well, it's a damning indictment, the fact that we're actually having to turn to digital media to actually discuss the truth about what's going on with regard to Israel. And do we really say Palestine or do we say Hamas? Because it was Hamas that launched the rocket
Hamas.
attack. It
Yeah.
was Hamas that launched the rocket attack on Israel and took hostages. And this is being portrayed as an attack by Palestine, which is simply not the case.
No.
The way the press has handled this is, well, frankly, a disgrace. In many ways, it's very reminiscent of what happened after 9/11 or in the build up to the Iraq War, which is that you either are in support of Israel and its right to defend itself, or you are siding with terrorists. So
Yeah.
if you come out and condemn the civilian casualties on both sides, so you condemn the casualties that Israelis have suffered in their civilian populace from the attacks by Hamas, a group which, by the way, does not represent Palestinians. It's frankly a terrorist organization. It represents the Palestinians as much as ISIS would in Syria.
Represent Syrians. Yeah.
So again, you can condemn if you can condemn the killings of the Israeli civilian populace, that's one thing. If you condemn the heavy-handed and brutal response that Israel has launched on the Gaza Strip on Palestinian civilians, then you're an anti-Semite and you're questioning Israel's right to exist to defend its borders.
Yeah.
And I'm getting so sick of this narrative.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's before we go into the details of it, it has been mentally exhausting this week, like literally mentally exhausting, dealing with people on social media, dealing with my family, dealing with other people in real life. And these are supposed to be educated people, and yet they don't understand. Luckily, I say luckily, sadly, but luckily for me, I have Cyprus to use as a comparison, and I always say, well, if the Cypriots moved in to take back what was theirs, would you be labeling them terrorists, or would you be calling them freedom fighters, or would you be calling them heroes, or what? And I know that's a crazy comparison to make, but when you're dealing with people of that simple nature, it's the best one that you can do. There's a lot of nuances, obviously, but that's the best comparison I could do. Reddit, I know, not exactly the bastion of greatness, but the subreddit of United Kingdom, again, it just proves what I say all the time, that English people are so dumb that it beggars belief. They're just so brainwashed. They're so brainwashed in this country uh, that they talk about media lies, and yet they parrot the very fucking lies that those media outlets tell them. So they'll reject one bias but accept another bias. It's like, how fucking stupid are you? And you try to explain it, and like William said, you just get called an anti-Semite or ignorant and all of that. And I want to say, and the big
You
issue
support
that it is,
terrorism.
okay, yeah, the big issue that it is that people do not fucking understand that there was no Israel before 1947, 48 when the invasion happened. There was no Israel. Okay, it hadn't existed for over 1,000 fucking years. But people insist that it existed. It was called Israel, and there was never a Palestinian state, which just fucking beggars belief. That it's like saying to people that you are just basically saying that under United Kingdom, Scotland doesn't exist. Okay.
Well, if you recall,
Yeah.
it was Britain. It was Britain who drew up the map of Israel. They drew up.
This was all their plans.
They drew up. It was Britain who drew up the borders for Israel, giving them Palestinian land.
Yeah.
And since then, Israel has been an aggressive expansion project because they believe that this land is theirs by the divine right of God.
Yep.
They think it's the divine will of God that they expand their borders to where Israel has not just gone into Palestinian territory. They have crossed into the likes of Jordan. They've crossed into Lebanon,
Egypt.
So yes,
Egypt.
So,
yeah.
Again, it's an expansion. It's an expansionist power.
That's what it is. It's having your useful idiots in the Middle East that can kind of control the area for you. It's your rapid response unit to kind of cause chaos in there, and that's what it is. They're an oppressive regime. They might not do it to their own people yet, but they are doing it to a group of people that were the residents of that land. But look, Israel, and again, the other way of for people to understand what Israel is, they're colonizers. Okay, they're colonizers. It's as simple as that. And there is no just way of fighting against colonial power. You're always going to be viewed as the bad guy. Look how the Indians have been vilified. Look how how many African nations have been vilified for fighting back against colonialism and all this kind of shit. They're the savages. And
Native
the
Americans,
British and the Israelis, all of them, Indians, Native Americans,
Aborigines, Maoris.
Yeah. They're the savages for daring to want their freedom. And we're supposed to be the civilized people. We're not. We're just brutal sons of bitches. And I do not condone what Hamas did. Of course not. I hate it when I just fucking hate when innocent people get caught in the crossfires of conflicts. But they're desperate. They're closed. Gaza has 2 million people, and it's an open air prison. They have nowhere to go. Not only is it an open air prison, they have no control over their electricity, getting supplies to them, and clean. They have no access to clean water. That's very restricted. 95% of the water is undrinkable, and
No fuel.
also,
no fuel. They've been
no
they've been denied
fuel.
that.
The hospitals are literally running out of diesel to power up the generators. In fact, they probably would have run out of power by now. They can't even fish for their own food. They can't. They are literally in prison. And so, what is the option? You have to fight to get out.
Well, there's two schools of thought on this. One is the school of thought that Hamas has got, which is to try and brutalize civilians for their cause, which there is absolutely no justification for. The other, which is the position that the PLO had taken for many, many years and still do, is that they want a peaceful two-state solution. They want two distinct states. They want Israel to continue to exist, but they also want a fair Palestinian state.
Yeah, and Israel's never wanted that, ever.
No, because it's why Israel has spent decades undermining the PLO.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time,
they're going to keep colonizing anyway. It's never going to work.
Well, again, it's been decades of expansionism, I mean,
Yeah.
at the same time,
Yeah.
again, I fully support Israel in their right to exist. I mean, if you were to say, well, this country was formed on an invasion or bloodshed or whatever, you would be going, and you went back all throughout history, you would have to hand back a lot of territories over
it
the
never
years. So
ends. It never ends.
it's never-ending cycle.
Yeah, of course.
But again, I fully support the idea of a two-state solution because I think Palestine should be given a vast chunk of their land back and also reparations from Israel in the form of aid.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the ideal situation would be you split it half and half. If one you split it half and half, north south, and that's it. If one has to remain, if Israel has to remain, then that's the best way to do this two-state solution. You can't have.
There are disputes. I mean, I think, for example, both claim to have a right to the land of Jerusalem, for example. I believe that was something that Yasser Arafat, when he was in charge in Palestine, he was wanting from Ariel Sharon. He wanted the Gaza Strip and about half, and he wanted half of Jerusalem. And the Israelis are not prepared to give up Jerusalem because they believe that is their sacred holy land and that is theirs by divine right.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, the Americans also believe that it's divine right that Israel is in charge of Jerusalem.
Yeah, well, that's because they want all the Jews back in their homeland.
Yes, let me clarify. When I say the Americans, it's the American religious fundamentalists.
Yeah.
So people like your Pat Robertsons, for example, they were big supporters of the idea that Israel and Jerusalem belonged to the Israelis and the Jews, because I think they believe that once all the Jews are in Israel, that's when the rapture will occur.
Yeah, which is just ridiculous in and of itself. I would say, look, when it comes to the issue of Jerusalem, in the current situation, I wouldn't grant it back to the Palestinians if it meant that they got more land in exchange. Because if you look at the reasoning why the Muslims would look at Jerusalem as a sacred ground, it's because that's where they make the ridiculous claim that that's where Muhammad's body ascended into heaven. And it's just, I don't mean to offend Muslims here, but when you're making that claim in the holiest city of where Christians and Jews make the claim for it to be their holy city, is like really three of the Abrahamic faiths claim that to be a holy city. So yeah, I ain't fussed. I just want a good north-south divide, and if we're going to have a two-state solution, you can't just have the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. I mean, there's not much left of the West Bank either. The way they've ramped up in the last couple of years, they've ramped up basically settlers, illegal settlements. They're just raiding Palestinian homes, throwing them out, demolishing their buildings, and just building new settlements.
Yeah, it's been ethnic cleansing.
It's ethnic cleansing, and this, the thing I fear the most now is that we are going to be witnessing a genocide, that we haven't seen since the era of the 60s and 70s, where we had all those fucking tin pot dictators all over the world. And I really fear that this was an excuse now by Israel to just basically just level Gaza and cause as much damage and destruction as possible.
See,
go on.
This is where I disagree. I don't think it was an excuse. What I think, though, it has presented itself as an opportunity. Benjamin Netanyahu,
better wording, thank you, Shredder,
was extremely unpopular. Now, there is speculation that he was warned. Well,
yes, there is a lot of speculation.
The Israeli intelligence services failed, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is the fact that Israel's intelligence services largely rely on digital spying, which has apparently been the counter solution from Hamas was to simply get off the grid. So effectively stick the phones in the fridge. Meanwhile, when it comes to Netanyahu, again, he was extremely unpopular. The rumor is, I believe, it was actually confirmed by the Egyptian intelligence services. They had warned that Hamas was planning an attack. Now, this was several days before it took place. But I don't believe for a moment that Netanyahu allowed the attack to take place. I think it's a case of it happened because he didn't pay attention, similar to much like the run-up to September the 11th. George Bush ignored all the warnings that bin Laden was planning to attack in America, including hijacking planes.
Right.
But again, I think Netanyahu has taken the opportunity to establish himself as a mighty military leader, a very powerful leader,
Yeah.
in the sense that he is now gearing up for a full-scale ground invasion
Yeah.
of North Gaza.
Yeah.
They have been bombing the crap out of Gaza ever since
Which is a war
Hamas
crime.
launched their attack. They've been bombing them as well with white phosphorus.
Yep. Even in Lebanon as well.
Which, for anyone not aware of what white phosphorus does, it's basically raining down fire on people. It burns human flesh. It burns people alive.
Let me see if I can get the clip of them doing it in Lebanon, because you can really see it take effect.
I'll tell you what to bring up instead, Panny, because it will be less graphic, I think, but I think also.
Oh no, it's done from a distance. That's why I want to bring up that clip. But give me a suggestion anyway. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take your suggestion.
The 2012 video game Spec Ops: The Line. If you search for Spec Ops: The Line White Phosphorus,
it's such a fucking great game.
There's a, if you recall, you fire white phosphorus mortars.
Yes.
And you wind up burning alive numerous people, including civilians. And then you actually have to walk through the carnage that you caused and see what you did.
Yeah.
And this is it.
Here we go.
Again, it's probably the less graphic of all the options, but it gives you an idea of what is happening to Palestinians. And it is a war crime.
Let's go get that up. Share screen. This one. This one. There. Let me just go away, you stupid prick. Right, there we go. Show on the screen.
Give a sound.
Camera online, sir. Okay, targeting online. You ready? Whenever you are.
Okay, you can maybe skip forward just a little bit past the actual scenes with the rockets. Again, these are white phosphorus weapons, but if we watch from here, where you're having to walk through the area that you've just bombarded with white phosphorus, and watch all the people burning alive.
Stop talking.
Chemical warfare.
Yep, and this is exactly what it does. Oh, this is a great suggestion.
Let's just keep moving.
God, please help!
Walker, come on, man. There's nothing we can do.
Fucking hell.
Come on. He's already dead.
It gets much worse.
Let me see. Okay.
Why?
You brought this on yourself.
Of course they did.
We were helping.
What? Oh no.
Are those civilians?
Where'd they come from? There's no camp here.
They took them from the nest.
That hotel back at the storm wall? No, those can't be the civvies that got kidnapped. It's not possible.
Yeah, it is. That's why Gould stormed this place. He didn't want the king. He was trying to rescue his people.
This is your fault, goddammit! Stop right there, Hugo. What it is, you wouldn't listen! Choice! He turned us into fucking killers! That's enough, Sergeant! No! No! I told you so! No!
We need to keep moving.
So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, as I said, that's a pretty accurate depiction, actually, of what white phosphorus does. And this is being used on Palestinians. It's already been covered by Human Rights Watch.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a fucking war crime. I mean, there's not much.
But don't you dare condemn it, because again, you will be met with the response of what, you don't think Israel has the right to defend itself?
Yeah, every time. And the thing is, like, what annoys me is that they're talking about it in the news. They're even showing it like it's nothing, like it's okay. Like, again, they're just talking about Israel's giving a warning to a hospital that has 1 hour to evacuate because they're going to bomb a hospital. That's a war crime. And yet they're talking about it in the media like it's a normal thing. If Hamas did that, if Hamas said that, they rightfully condemn it. Okay? They're saying Hamas are about to bomb a hospital. Well, yeah, you're right to condemn it, but you don't just say, hey, Israel's just, sending people from the hospital to get out. And Sky News, when they asked an Israeli about it, I'm just going to get the clip straight from the Rational National, because he plays it at the end. So bear with me. And when asked about it, this was their response.
I presume this wasn't Kay Burley.
No. This was I don't know the person's name. I don't follow anyone. It's not Kay Burley. She's fucking ridiculous human being.
Oh, we'll get on to her I think,
fact,
shortly.
yeah.
But I'm hoping she gets sued for some of the remarks that she's made.
Yeah, I fucking hope so too. So again, I'm using a clip from the Rational National. So thank you to David.
David Dole.
David Dole, that's it. But he's not Dole. He's wonderful, right?
Whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because.
Oh, hang on. Let me come back.
The mindset of some of the people in power in Israel. This is on Sky News. Ex-Israeli PM Naftali Bennett. Let me just play the video.
And what about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies and incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Right, it was to cut the power.
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them.
Right, no.
Now, the world can come and bring them
Other way
anything they
around.
want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
But you
this
keep
is the
on.
point.
I want to tell you. No, listen. You listen to me right now. I've heard you enough.
No, I understand. We're trying to have a conversation here. Listen, this is
No,
my
you're
program.
not
This is my
having-
show. And I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice,
But it's my
and I've
country,
asked you,
and
and we've already stopped,
people-
please, and let me finish. We've already distinguished
Shame on
between
you,
Hamas.
mister. I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over me.
We
No.
are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about shame. We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
Look at the filibustering.
Yeah, as you said, the filibuster.
Because he-
Yeah.
Yep.
That was his. How dare you talk about
Palestinian lives. Yeah.
Palestinian lives? How dare you?
On the flip side, though, you've had the Palestinian ambassador to the UK. Sorry, I can't remember his name off the top of my
No,
head.
but I remember who he is. He was fantastic.
There was Hussam Zomlot.
Yeah.
I believe that's how you pronounce his name, but he has been doing the media rounds in this country, and every single time they ask him, despite the fact that he's lost 6 members of his family from the bombing that Israel has carried out in response to the attack by Hamas, they keep asking him, will you condemn Hamas, despite the fact he has no affiliation to that organization. And he's pointed out rightfully, you never bring the Israeli ambassador on and ask them, do you condemn the IDF and the slaughter of Palestinian civilians?
Yep. I'm going to get the clip up now. Right here. So this is from the video is taken from the channel of the Muslim Education Academy. So it's got their thing. Right.
Is this the one the interview he gave to Kirsty Wark on the BBC?
No, this is the one he gave to some bloke. Oh shit, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, because Kirsty Wark kept pressing him to condemn Hamas, despite the fact he said that he condemns civilian losses on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this one.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Shall I get the Kirsty Wark one?
If you want, yeah.
Yeah, all right, let me get the Kirsty Wark.
But it was very reminiscent of a lot of the stuff that we've seen in this country whenever there's been an Islamic terrorist attack, where they bring on a community leader of some kind, and they want one of two reactions. They want this person to either condemn the attack, because obviously they think that Muslims somehow owe an apology for an attack from... somehow Muslims owe an apology for any attack carried out by someone in the name of Islam, no matter what sect of Islam it's from, or what deranged belief that they had, that they thought it was acceptable to strap on, a suicide vest or engage in a knife attack. Or they bring on somebody like Anjem Choudary, as they used to back in the day, where they expect him to come out with some wild statement where he'll condone an attack of some kind.
Yeah.
And, say what you like about the EDL or Douglas Murray or the BNP, nobody created more Islamophobia in this country than the UK press holding up Anjem Choudary as a leader of the Muslim faith.
Yeah. Yeah. They literally had him up like a fucking Jesus person to say, hey, this is every Muslim. Right. This is a masterclass here by the Palestinian ambassador.
Morning, when you first heard
Can you hear that all right?
what Hamas had done, what went through your head?
Regret that the international community has not heeded our warnings for all these years. Regret that this was allowed to fester for decades. Regret that there is attention now in the BBC and all over the world only because blood has been spilled. I only hope that, or I wish, we did not get to this moment.
So you listed a number of things you regret there. Do you regret the loss of innocent life in Israel?
Every loss of life is regrettable, of course, and tragic. Absolutely. The question is, how do we stop this? How do we provide an alternative path? How do we learn the lessons and the mistakes of the past? How do we treat the Palestinian people after 100 years of suffering equally to all other nations? How do we stop this demise into the mayhem that you have described? Do not underestimate people's will and desire for freedom, to end occupation and captivity. This isn't about Hamas only. This isn't about the last 48 hours. Exactly. This has been ongoing for more than 100 years. It started here, by the way, Louise, in this very city. Mm-hmm. It was Britain that gave our rights away without even consulting us. And then this whole international Western approach to us has been failure, dismal failure. This is about time that we really give a different path, because there is no other alternative. As our ambassador to the UN just said, justice, not vengeance. Not vengeance, and peace, not war. And we, the Palestine National Movement, we, the PLO, have given that alternative avenue 30 years ago. Yep. We have recognized Israel. We have committed to negotiations and nonviolence. We have committed to international law and resolutions. Israel was supposed to do one thing, end its occupation and stop its colonial settlement expansion. It did not do this for once. All the successive governments and the international community was supposed to provide accountability and guarantees. The US-led international community did not do so. So we are here today, Louise, and the question is, the most important question, how do we stop Israeli massacres that are about to happen against Palestinian civilians?
Well,
and how do we...
Excuse me. I want to jump in on, and I appreciate the historical context, and we will come back to that. Just on the last 48 hours, though, do you support...
Yeah, if you could pause it there for a second.
Yep.
It is quite compelling, the fact that he said that, the question is, how do we stop Israeli massacres against Palestinian civilians? Now, he's not saying, how do we stop Israel retaliating against Hamas? I don't think anybody really would have an issue if Israel was to send in special forces to go after specifically Hamas.
No.
But, again, what we're seeing is retaliatory strikes where they are killing civilian targets. And I've got a feeling that Israel is not getting any of their hostages back. And that's not going to be purely from a case of they'll be executed by Hamas. I think Israel is going to view them as collateral damage.
Oh, yeah.
They will. I mean, we know that Hamas kills their own people. They kill other Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
I would not put it past the Israeli Defense Force, quite frankly, to drop as many bombs as they like and kill their own people who are being held hostage just to kill Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, they've probably done it already. I mean, some of the hostages were taken in areas where they've already bombed. So, yeah, absolutely. Right, I'll go back to this.
What Hamas launched on Saturday morning?
Well, this is not the right question, Louis. Really, the right question.
It's an important question.
No, it is not an important question because
whether you support their action or not is an important question.
No. It is not an important question. Hamas is a group, is a militant group. You're talking with the Palestinian representative. Our position is very well known and clear.
And what is that? Do you support Hamas's actions?
And then you cannot equate. This is not about support or not support. I am here to represent my people, the Palestinian people, what they are going through. I'm not here to condemn anybody. And if anybody that needs to be condemned, it's what you call the only democracy in the Middle East, that is Israel, between parentheses, that is doing what you have just reported, targeting civilians. And this has not just happened the last 48 hours.
Hamas was just targeting Palestinians, but you won't condemn that.
I'll tell you one thing. Hamas is not the Palestinian government.
This is where it just goes to town.
The Israeli government is giving orders for its organized army. So please don't draw any symmetry here. Don't equate. There is no way you can draw any symmetry. And don't equate between the occupied and the occupier. This doesn't serve justice to understand for your audience and viewers the real situation. Since Israel's establishment, it has had one military doctrine. When it fights, it goes and fights civilians, kill civilians, so they pressure the fighters. Since 1948, and go back to the record, and this has been repeated in Gaza and will continue to be repeated. So the conversation is not a blame game. I am not in the business of blaming the victim here. The real conversation is how do we stop this vicious, deadly cycle?
You just condemned Israel for killing civilians, and you won't condemn
Every
Hamas
time.
for killing
That's all they want.
civilians.
They want their soundbite.
How many times you have interviewed Israeli officials, Louise? Hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. How many times Israel have committed war crimes right live on your own cameras? Do you start by asking them to condemn themselves? Have you? You don't. You don't. No, I'll answer that question. You don't. You know why I refuse to answer this question? Because I refuse the premise of it. Because at the very heart of it is misrepresentation of the whole thing. Because it's the Palestinians that are always expected to condemn themselves. I mean, come on, this is a political conflict. We have been denied our rights for a long time. So this is the wrong starting point. The right starting point is to focus on the root causes, is to try and get out of this extreme dark tunnel, as opposed to this business by BBC and the mainstream media for 75 years. You bring us here whenever there are Israelis who are killed. Did you bring me here when many Palestinians in the West Bank, more than 200 over the last few months? Do you invite me when there is such Israeli provocations in Jerusalem and elsewhere? Because what Israelis have seen, which we started by saying tragic, the last 48 hours, the Palestinians see every day for the last 50 years. You know the situation in Gaza, you've just described it. This is the biggest open-air prison. Those people, 2 million, have been taken hostage by Israel for the last 16 years. So I'm saying this just to say, Louise, perhaps this is about time we abandon this rhetoric, very dangerous, this framework, and we start giving people the real ugly truth sometimes.
What is the solution in your eyes?
International law. That's it.
What does that mean?
The equal application of international resolutions and law and legitimacy, as you did in Ukraine. Would you bring the Ukrainian ambassador here and start asking him to condemn if some of his fighters? We need to fully and equally apply the rules that were created by the League of Nations after the horrors of the Second World War. We need to make sure that Israel is not the exception. It has been for the last 75 years. We need to make sure that nobody is above the law. Britain is renowned, Louise, for the rule of law. I think that's the solution. Israel is an occupying force. It is responsible to provide protection for the people under its occupation. And should they commit crimes and crimes against humanity in the coming hours and weeks, it must be held accountable by the international community and the international judicial system.
Hussam Zomlot, thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw that interview earlier today. The fact is, he is correct. I mean, Israel is in violation of numerous international laws. I mean, their collective punishment, for example, against the Palestinians is, I believe, a breach of Article 33 of the Geneva Convention, for one. And yet it's being ignored.
Is that the bombing of civilian buildings? That one?
No, it's the
access to provisions.
It's collective punishment. It's holding
collective punishment.
all of the Palestinians responsible for what Hamas did.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they're doing now. You're telling 1.1 million people to evacuate into the south of the prison, basically, because they're going to bomb the north of the prison. This is
and they communicated this over the airwaves, despite the fact they cut off power to Gaza, meaning nobody has got access to television or radio, or even social media through phones.
Yeah, the quote. I'll give the quote here from a person called Jihad Abu Salim. Is Israel wants to expel more Palestinians from their homes and lands in a single day than it did during the 1948 Nakba. More than 1.1 million Palestinians live north of the Red Line at Wadi Gaza. Israel wants to relocate all of them to the south within 24 hours. Do you understand what that? Somebody equated that. I think it was David Dole who said it's like trying to get, the whole of Boston to move like immediately overnight. It's it just beggars. I don't know what else to fucking say. Like Israel has continued, and the guy said unchallenged in all of their war crimes, unchallenged. I mean, we could sit here and talk forever about British and American war crimes, but here we're talking about this country that always plays the victim, constantly commits war crimes, and just like the gentleman said, in the last few months, 200 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank. This is the people that are being thrown out of their homes, and they're being shot for trying to protect their land or just refusing to move. There has been indiscriminate killing of children. Okay, and let's
half the population of Gaza, by the way,
half the population. 18. Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you. Can you say that again?
Half the population of Gaza is under 18.
Yeah. So any kind of bombing that you do in Gaza, the majority of victims that you're getting are going to be children. And you see it all the time. You go on Twitter, and I always say to people, this is where Twitter does have its uses, because Twitter will still allow for the showing of all the crimes that are committed daily by the IDF. And it's all on Twitter. You just need to type in IDF on Twitter and you can see the shit that they do. The indiscriminate killing of children. And I mean children, like 8-year-olds, or imprisoning. They have over 100 children in prison alone. And when the West tried to propagandize people into showing sympathy of Israel by showing the suffering of Palestinians and passing it off as it being Israelis, there was no pushback on the media. The only pushback was obviously from the digital outlets that were saying, "Oi, no, this is fake news." Zam, I know you have the one about the babies. Did you hear about that one?
The beheading of babies.
Yeah, there's
which was fake. Which was fake news. People are still buying into it, unfortunately. But apparently, Hamas or Palestinians were beheading babies, and this is just a way of justifying the war crimes committed by the Israelis into doing a mass genocide of Palestinians. This was totally bullshit. It hasn't been certified for being true, but a lot of people are still going with it anyway. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people out there, millions of people who will believe this is true and will believe this is a valid reason to kill a whole society of people indiscriminately because of it. I mean, the term collateral damage has been brought up a lot recently. This is something I only thought I would hear in the movies. Now it's totally fine for Palestinians to be collateral damage if it means going after Hamas. For those who are trying to, distinguish the two, we need to go after Hamas. So if we have collateral damage by killing loads of innocent people, we're fine with that. I mean, the people who are doing the killing never ever want to be collateral damage themselves, but they have no problems with other people being collateral damage. It's such a disgusting term. And at the same time, how I look at it is that of decades of Middle Eastern Arabs, brown people being terrorists, and crazies and radicals in media and movies and stuff, it's kind of made people numb when it comes to going after these people in any terms. That they're not looked upon as innocents. They're looked upon as treacherous human beings that need to be eradicated. And unfortunately, our media, our films, everything has done that over the years to make Middle Eastern Arab people look, not human in any case. And that's why so many people don't give a shit about them dying. It's crazy. Like, they genuinely don't give a shit about them dying. And we spoke before in the chat. There are people on the left. There are liberals, who consider themselves to be left wing. There are people who are socialists and they fight for almost all our same causes. Equal rights for gays and treating trans people like human beings. All of these sort of things. But when it comes to this particular issue, more than any other issue, they are right wing as fuck. You know what I mean? They truly are, and it's crazy.
I was genuinely surprised when you said that, and saddened really, because it's like the normal left wing position is just understanding the facts, whether it be that just because they happen to side with the Palestinians because it's based on the facts. But again, I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't fucking be surprised that you see this at all. Because it just
because it's to do because like it seems that look, being an ex-Muslim, I know for a fact that a lot of people within Palestine who are Muslim hate people like me, not non-straight people are bi, gay, trans people, and all of that. But it's kind of sad in a way that to a degree that I'm almost defending people that hate me. But I do see the difference as well, because we are talking about the people who we should be siding with to a degree. No, not should be siding with, but who consider themselves to be the good guys, the Israelis. They're not behaving like good guys. You know what I mean? If you're the good guys, behave like good guys. Don't fucking go around slaughtering these people like bad guys. Don't treat them like inhumane people, like bad guys. Don't keep them in an open air prison like bad guys. Don't try to genocide them like fucking bad guys. Be the good guys you claim to fucking be, and don't do what you're doing now. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
With regard to, I was going to make 2 points. One was with regard to this story about the beheading of babies. Unfortunately, I think what didn't help was that in America, at least, that story was given credence by Fox News. They went full InfoWars and declared that story to be true. Every other major international news outlet has questioned the validity of that story. They have tried to seek clarification on it. None of them have been able to get it. In fact, the response from the Israeli state so far has been one of hostility. Like, how dare you ask us if this is real?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, again, the attitude I think you talk about the attitude of many people on the left, where they go very, very right wing and declare that Israel has the right to defend itself, and no matter what action they take, be it dropping white phosphorus on civilian populations or completely cutting them off from fresh water or power. The thing is, in this country and in the United States, the narrative from the media has been that Israel has the right to exist, and any criticism of it is based on anti-Semitism, which it just simply is not.
On top of that, people are not able to distinguish Palestine and Hamas. They genuinely think they're the same fucking thing.
Absolutely. It's like back in the old days of the war on terror when people couldn't distinguish between Al Qaeda and Afghans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even worse, they couldn't differentiate between terrorists and Iraqis.
Yeah. And I mean, look, the level of arse-kissery towards Israel in the West is it's embarrassing, because the tide in terms of information getting out there is turning, no matter how much they try. Because the one thing I've witnessed now is that there has been allowed to be a lot more pushback against Israel in the British media, even on MSNBC. There's been a lot more pushback, stuff that we just
Media Sun.
Yeah, like we haven't seen before. And the Israeli lobbies are crying like a bunch of bitches because the truth is being told, and they're demanding that people get fired or investigated for this. I mean, this again, another thing that pisses me off, and it's hard. I mean, it's not anti-Semitic at all. This is just a statement of fact, but it's hard to try and talk about this without people again throwing the AS card at you. And it's the fact that the Israeli lobby has taken complete control of this country in terms of the narrative on Israel. We've seen what it's done within the Labour Party itself. I mean, the Labour Friends of Israel practically running that fucking party now, because they are scared. They were scared of what happened beforehand, where it was just like, you're going to have a guy that's going to speak the truth. And so they've taken over the party. They've targeted more Jews have been kicked out of Labour under Keir Starmer than at any other time in history of the party. And it's just because they are critical of the Israeli government. Not about Israelis, not about anything else. They're just critical of the actions of the Israeli government. And if this were, I was going to say if this was Russia, but if you really look at what happened after the invasion of the Ukraine and how deep in the pockets of oligarchs the Tory party were, the Russians were practically fucking running this country anyway. So in a normal sense, if this was if you looked at a country that was allowed to dictate politics of your own country, this country is the one that waved the fucking British flag for Brexit, Brexit, Brexit. We want to be in complete control, taking back control. And yet here we are surrendering to to Israel. We are surrendering to the fucking Russians. At least we did up until the invasion of Ukraine.
The Chinese.
And no, not so much the Chinese. The Chinese are just...
Mate, all our property, all our property.
That's different. They're not actively influencing politics. I'm talking about the oligarchs of Russia, who were literally had given money to the Tories, okay, and the Americans. This is the Saudis as well. Control, huh?
The Saudis as well.
The Saudis as well. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Leaving the EU basically meant giving our control to a capitalist hierarchy.
Yeah, and I'm not here to say that China wouldn't do the same. Listen, our politicians are for sale, and if you're a foreign entity, you're going to take that opportunity. Like with China, they took the opportunity to just buy up a fuckload of property. They've done it all over the world, and so I'm not here, to paint them as the fucking good guys, because they're not. They're just another imperial power that, although but the difference between them is they don't have military bases all over the fucking world ready to destroy your country just because you don't side with, they don't have the politician that you want as your puppet kind of thing for now. But yeah, sorry, Shredder.
You mentioned the Labour Friends of Israel, and I found that quite interesting because one of their representatives was on a Sky News debate and disgraced not only, I think, herself, but also the Labour Party with her conduct. And that was Margaret Hodge.
Oh my God, don't get me started on that fucking bitch.
I don't know if you saw it. It was Margaret Hodge talking on Sophie Ridge with Owen Jones. Now, Owen Jones is somebody who I don't really have a hell of a lot of time for, but he brought up the illegality of Israel's collective punishment response.
Yeah.
And the way Margaret Hodge reacted to that was claiming that he was justifying the actions of Hamas. This is despite the fact that when Owen Jones spoke, he right at the outset, he mentioned the fact that he was at a rave the night this happened with an Israeli friend who got a call from his sister at the club that Hamas rocketed. You know, she managed to escape, but two of her friends were taken prisoner.
Oh, fucking hell.
Hamas took two of her friends hostage. Now, Owen Jones, right after saying that, after telling that story, said, "There is no cause on earth which justifies the slaughter of innocent civilians."
Yeah.
Now, after he had spoken about the war crimes that Israel is promising to carry out in retaliation, because let's remember what was it? Israel. I'm looking for the quote that what the Israeli defense minister said. He said, "I ordered a full siege on the Gaza Strip. No power, no food, no gas. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly."
But his rhetoric...
That's the rhetoric of war crimes. This was pointed out by Owen Jones.
Yeah.
And the immediate response after that from Margaret Hodge was where she repeatedly accused him of saying that Israel didn't have the right to defend itself or the right to exist, or that they should allow their citizens to... Israel should allow their citizens being held hostage to die at the hands of Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, look, Margaret Hodge, one thing you need to know about Margaret Hodge is that she is a reactionary moron that lacks any basic intelligence or understanding of the real world. She flat out had a meltdown screaming, "Jeremy Corbyn is a racist, he's a racist, he's a racist, he's a racist, and he must get out." She was one of the orchestrators that tried to form a coup during Corbyn's leadership. Twice. This is the kind of person she is. She is an unprincipled... Hide Gaz on screen if he's on black screen. She is unprincipled. She's a fucking liar. She is a massive liar. Okay? She is just a right-wing piece of shit. That's all she is.
I mean, I've got disagreements with Jeremy Corbyn, but the one thing I don't think I could accuse him of is being a racist. I mean, this is a guy who was literally arrested multiple times protesting against the apartheid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and my biggest criticism, I would say, of Jeremy Corbyn is that he wasn't ruthless. He should have been more ruthless against the very people that are running the party now. He should have done what Starmer is doing. You know, that's my biggest criticism of him, because look what's happened now. But yeah, you can't accuse a man who's fought his whole life against racism and being arrested, you know, for protesting apartheid, of being a fucking racist. And she did, and so did Rachel Riley. And I'm pretty sure Rachel Riley got sued for that. I think. Don't quote me on that, because she's been in that piece of shit. Has been involved in God knows how many lawsuits for slander and libel or whatever you call it. But yeah, that's Margaret Hodge. Like, so she's garbage. She is just like your typical Fox News kind of commentator, just full of shit, biased as hell. And that.
No, I want to say.
Sorry, go on, Sam.
I just want to say, you know, you mentioned 9/11 earlier. This is got some same sort of vibes as 9/11, where people are baying for blood, out for blood.
Yeah,
they want retribution, all of these sort of things, and we all know after 20 years, you know, that mindset was totally foolish, and yet once again we are repeating ourselves, not learning from how we went forward. And you can't have constant war. War always ends with peace. You'll fire missiles at each other. You'll try to fuck over one another, but eventually you have to come down to peace talks and try to come to a resolution. And people want that resolution now before shit gets any worse than what it already is. And it's a shame that there's people out there who, like I said, who are considered to be lefties, who want fucking Palestinians blown up to shit, and they want them dead and they want them, out of existence. It's
just tragic.
It pisses me off. I mean, it's not just tragic, but like, how can you have that particular mindset? Like you consider yourself to be left wing and you try to be stable on so many issues, yet you end up becoming like the very people you despise. I mean, you're supposed to be logical and skeptical and see a bigger picture, and yet so many people don't. They genuinely see people who look like me or people from the Middle East as a problem. They really do, because when they think of Palestinians, they're already thinking of the homophobes, the transphobes, and stuff like that. And many of them are. I'm pretty sure they are. But at this particular moment in time, if you support a demographic of people that are willing to commit mass genocide, then you're worse than the very transphobes and homophobes that you despise, because you want to eradicate an entire demographic of people. Like, what the fuck? I mean, you're a murderer.
Yeah, you're just championing the never-ending loop of violence. It's as simple as that. Because violence begets violence, sadly, and that's what they're doing. Because they think that, just sit there and take all the fucking bombs. Don't you dare retaliate. You're the bad guy if you retaliate. And
they're always playing the anti-Semitism card, that when you criticize Israel, you're immediately anti-Semitic. And as that guy who was interviewed on the BBC, that ambassador, he mentioned how when Israelis commit war crime, you never immediately interview them and tell them, like, can you nobody
from Israel
can you call your Israeli government can you call your Israeli government terrorists for committing all these particular war crimes? They never get told that. Unfortunately, there are some fucking idiots who support Palestine, who are like calling for the gassing of Jews and stuff like that, and you're not making the cause any better, because people, we have to be the smarter ones here, and they're doing shit like that. I live in Hendon. I get worried now. I really do get worried now that there might be some fucking, friction between Jews and Muslims, because there are a lot of Jews and Muslims where I live. Loads.
Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, there's always a rise in anti-Semitism whenever there's an incident where Hamas launches an attack against Israel. However, on the flip side, which the press in a lot of ways never talks about, at the same time, there always is a ramping up of anti-Muslim sentiment in this country too.
But one of the things I loved about living in my area, one thing that I loved about living in my area and living in this city is that even though there might be people who have their own opinions on Israel and Palestine and all of that, Muslims and Jews generally got along for the sake of getting along. They might not necessarily all be fucking buddy.
There are plenty of examples of communities across the world where Jews and Muslims are able to live side by side. Equating Jews to Israel is not helpful, but it seems to be the narrative. It seems to be the narrative that a lot of people want to take. It's unfortunately it's very, very similar to, unfortunately, the case that we had after 9/11, where a lot of people just wanted to equate Muslim with terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't just Muslims. It was. I mean, I'm not Middle Eastern, but nevertheless, I get thrown in with that because I'm brown. I mean, if you're brown and whether you're Middle Eastern or Asian, you're all in the same fucking basket. And then that famous incident with that Brazilian guy who was chased by undercover British police. Yeah.
Did you read that?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll read that in a sec. But there was this guy, that Brazilian guy who was chased by undercover British police, who ended up getting gunned down in an underground station, and people are wondering why he's running, because he's got plain plainclothes police officers with guns coming after him, I'd fucking run too, not knowing if they were cops. You know, so and the tabloids at the Sun were saying why run and shit like that.
What?
Wasn't the menace just running?
No, but the point is, he's but he's seen what some of the story is that he saw people with guns coming after him. And he doesn't know that they're cops, but they got guns and they shoot him indiscriminately anyway. It's not like he was firing back. They just wanted to kill him. They thought maybe he had a bomb on him or something like that. And he's so fucking stupid, you could have ignited the bomb with your fucking bullet. But nevertheless, they shot him. And I was kind of crazy because it's our police. I thought we're smarter than that. But yeah, he's not even fucking Muslim. He's not even fucking Middle Eastern. He's fucking Brazilian. But yeah, they killed him. And that's during this period when, you know, we were trigger happy against Muslims.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me read this comment. You always have a safe place here, Sam. Granted, I'm in a home with a white nationalist party. Well, look, let me tell you another thing as well. Yeah, America has fucking terrorists of various types. They have United Kingdom too. All these fucking white nationalists. You know, the KKK in America, the Aryan Brotherhood and shit. We have the National Front and stuff like that. Should we start bombing? Should we start bombing the United Kingdom and America just to get these terrorists and don't give a fuck about collateral damage either? Because, you know, who gives a fuck? You know, if a few fucking grannies and fucking farmers get killed in the process, at least we're killing these fucking, you know, these Aryan fucking terrorists. No, that just sounds absurd. You know, if someone like me, yeah, who looked like me, a British fucking Asian person, committed a terrorist act in America, does that give fucking America carte blanche to come to United Kingdom to fucking do what they did to fucking Afghanistan? Of course it doesn't. You know what I mean? And the same way, it doesn't mean that Israel has the right to destroy the entire fucking state of Gaza because of some fucking dickhead Hamas motherfuckers, because of their action, they take it out on all these other people. It's ridiculous. It really is fucking ridiculous.
And like on the thing of people saying that don't equate all Jews to Israel, you know, the Orthodox Jews, a large sector of them, don't even recognize the state of Israel at all, because their understanding is it's God that will come down and grant them back their homeland, not Western imperialism that will grant them their homeland. And so they're always like absolutely despised by Zionists, and they are attacked. And on the other side,
I've seen these Orthodox Jews. Yeah, a lot of them live in Stamford Hill.
Most of them are in Stamford Hill. They're just up the road from us.
Yeah.
Okay. Most of them, and I've spoken with them because I used to do a lot of jobs there when I was doing the coving and all of this kind of stuff. And yeah, most of them don't recognize. And this started, I'll tell you how I found out about it, because I said, because one of them asked if I was Jewish, because everyone or any Jew always asks if I'm Jewish because they think I look Jewish.
Yeah,
fair enough.
No doubt.
You know with that. You know, and I said, no, but I have family in Israel. Now, when I said that, this old man pops up in the house. I think it was their father or whoever, and he goes, "There is no state of Israel. It's Palestine." I was like, "What?" And then he explained to me the whole reasoning behind it, and I was like, oh, that's fascinating. I said, you know, again, look, I'm only in my 20s. I wasn't fully aware of everything then. I'm not saying I had a blind support for Israel back then. You know, back then I still supported the Palestinian people, but I didn't understand, you know, certain sects of people and what their views are and all this kind of shit. And he was the one that explained to me about who the Zionists were and where they came from, blah, blah, blah. So, so that's how I kind of learned about that. And on the flip side, again, where there's people that talk about, well, the media will focus on Muslims out in the streets, you know, supporting Palestine. And some are shouting, obviously, death to Israel and death to Jews and all this kind of shit, which is disgusting. But at the same time, how many times do you see hundreds of thousands of Israelis out there singing and chanting songs about slaughtering Arabs or Palestinians? Okay?
Yeah, I see that all the time,
We've seen it.
and no one does shit about that.
Nobody says shit. The amount of Christians being attacked in Israel has skyrocketed in the last couple of years because Israel is now a Jewish supremacist state. Okay? Make no mistake about it. It is what the white nationalists fucking have a wet dream about. That's what Israel is for Jews. Okay? But certain Jews, Zionist Jews, not every Jew. And they are attacking Christians as well because they believe that their religion is the one true religion, the superior religion, and they're no different to Muslim extremists and to Christian fundamentalists.
In Israel and in Palestine, Ginge, the amount of like humanitarians who are there to help, who are being killed, doctors, paramedics, people bringing food. There was that famous boat from Turkey that was raided by the Israelis as it was bringing food to the Palestinians. The Israelis have killed all of these people, and nothing is said in the media. Nothing.
No, but what they did say about the incident. Sorry, but what they did say about the incident is they started. Erdogan's a piece of shit, but they were only vilifying him for taking a stance against the boat being raided. He's saying, I'm sitting here bringing humanitarian aid. Of course, there was also acts of provocation there on his part because he despised Israel and all of that. So he was deliberately provoking them as well. But
he did. He seems to be on their side now.
Yeah, now he seems to be on their side because there's always that pressure to say, hey, you don't side with them, we'll fuck you up. Because that's the general consensus around there. But they're also saying, hey, do this, and also, we'll let you bomb north of Syria. We don't care. You can carry on your campaign against the Kurds. Do what you like. Just say you support Israel and everything's fine. And they even allowed Saudi Arabian officials to go in and murder Jamal Khashoggi because that happened in Turkey as well. So, yeah, William, I was just saying about, you'll see thousands of Israelis in the streets singing songs and chanting about killing Arabs and murdering Palestinians, and it's never brought up in the media. The attacks against Christians in Israel has ramped up massively in the last couple of years, never covered in the media. It's only when a Muslim does something, then it's like, a massacre.
Well, again, it's like a lot of other conflicts, and again, I go back to the war on terror. The invasion of Iraq, we saw war crimes committed and outright excused because of who we were up against. Again, there was almost no differentiating between Afghans and Al Qaeda. There was no differentiating between Iraqis and terrorists, to the point where war crimes were completely excused. Now, we know, for example, that prisoners were tortured, both in Iraq's borders, places like Abu Ghraib, or in some cases, people being extradited to Guantanamo Bay.
Still there. A lot of them are still there.
Which was, at the time, excused by the Bush regime and many supporters of the war, and even some of the media, as enhanced interrogation.
Yeah.
And it was also concluded that, by, again, some key pundits in the media, a lot of the politicians who supported the war, etc., it was concluded by them that this was a necessary evil that we had to accept because it helped to prevent more attacks. Even though this meant that none of the people who were involved, say like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, for example, if they were guilty, could be put on trial in court, in any courtroom in the United States or in Britain, or in most of the developed world, because evidence obtained using by torture is inadmissible. It's illegal.
Yeah.
But if you recall, though, if you were in opposition to this position, if you were in opposition to torture, you were portrayed as siding with the terrorists.
Yeah, a terrorist sympathizer. Yeah,
the message was effectively that what you were saying was akin to treason.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, again, don't don't forget what happened to the fucking doctor who had all the documents. Oh God, what was his fucking name?
Dr. David Kelly.
Dr. David Kelly, and how he was hounded into, in the end, he just committed suicide.
Yep.
So yeah, the levels that people go to now is exactly what we were seeing during the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not much else to say. You said it really. Gaz, welcome to the stream. Your opinions.
Well, it's really bad around where I live because we have a very heavy. I think London's maybe a little bit more, what's the word, integrated than Manchester is. We have a very heavy Jewish section to the point that we've actually got.
No, close my door. Close my door. Sorry, I don't want my cat coming in here because she drives me mental when I do a stream.
Anyway, apparently they've got armed guards outside the Jewish people's school in Manchester, so that's pretty rough. To me personally, as I said, it's
armed guards are like guys with like machine guns.
No, just like with guns and stuff.
Yeah, with guns. Okay.
Which isn't really normal for Manchester, for England, is it? Because like we're pretty hard.
I was just wondering because where I live, there's loads of Jewish schools, and there's always like a security presence of some sort, not necessarily armed with guns, but they don't fuck around. They've got a couple of like probably ex-military guys, hanging outside the schools, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the only time you see armed guards anywhere in this country would be either outside embassies when there is a major threat going on to one of them, or outside government building, important government buildings such as the Palace of Westminster.
Yeah.
For instance, the Turkish embassy, I drive past there now and again, and every time I do, I always see if they still got armed police officers, and they do. They have 2 armed cops, with machine guns and sidearms, hanging outside there, and it's been like that for years, ever since Putin killed the Turkish ambassador to Russia, or was it Russian ambassador to Turkey?
One of those. Anyway. Decent going to the grocery store. Yeah, not surprising in your country, mate. Sorry, go on, Gaz.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of Palestinian people kind of like talking about this in the media. Like, there's actually a really good conversation. I hate to say this, with Piers Morgan, and I think he's like an ex-Palestinian national who lives like over here now, and he was like talking about the fact that people don't talk about like all the awful things that Hamas do, but nobody talks about the fact that Israeli soldiers have been like kind of like killing like innocent civilians in that situation, and that's kind of what be making like a lot of Israeli civilians very desperate, because that's why a lot of them have been joining Hamas and other like those sort of groups, because they're getting desperate because they're seeing like the mothers and fathers, whoever it is, and that's the same with anything. If you see your loved one, you're going to go to who can protect you. Unfortunately, it's Hamas at the moment, and that's really a really bad sign, because I think that's going to lead to maybe
because they're not very good at protecting their own people either. They just kill them. And
I think the Israeli offensive is certainly going to be driving more people towards Hamas.
Yeah,
you watch, your relatives, your friends, your neighbors get blown to bits or burned alive with phosphorus, or shot dead by the Israeli Defense Force because they didn't evacuate in time. And I think that is probably going to galvanize a lot of people towards joining the cause of Hamas.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the ripple effect as well, because America.
But again, that benefits Israel. Yeah. That benefits Israel in the end, because they can continue using this as a means to do further damage to the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, the pushing of the narrative of this has been that Israel is the victim in all this, but they're not. They're aggressor. They're usually the aggressor in this. I mean, what Hamas did was evil. Let's not be more balls about it. But the way that Israel has basically gone maybe full Khmer Rouge on this shit has really been pissing me off.
I also want to tap into that point as well. The fact that you have to it's not just you. I'm just saying the fact that you have to, everyone's default position is to say, oh, you are supporting what Hamas did. Why? Is it because your adult little brain didn't see me openly condemn what Hamas did at the beginning of my comment? Like, every comment must have that, because unless idiots see that comment, they automatically, their default position is to think that I side with the terrorists. And I had this massive argument on Reddit, just like that guy in the BBC thing, do you condemn it? And I keep saying, if you keep asking me whether I think the slaughter of innocent people is bad, if you want me to confirm that, and you need that confirmation, then that says more about you than it does about me. And that's what I just kept repeating that until I got kicked out of the subreddit, because it's that mentality that sickens me. It's like, yes, the destruction of any innocent lives is fucking horrible.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and let's be clear. I mean, did we at any point in this country call on representatives of the Irish government, for the Republic of Ireland, the Irish government, to condemn Sinn Féin?
No.
Did we constantly have them on TV and say, do you condemn Sinn Féin? We know we didn't act on your behalf, but do you condemn Sinn Féin for what they did?
No.
Well, sorry, not even Sinn Féin, but like the IRA. That's what I should be saying. Do you condemn the IRA for this bombing that they carried out? Now, again, we know they weren't acting on your orders, but do you condemn the IRA?
No.
No,
yeah, exactly.
But again, Palestinians are expected to automatically denounce Hamas at all times. Again, you brought up Hussam Zomlot. Again, he lost 6 of his family members to Israel's retaliatory bombing. And again, he was asked, even after he condemned these atrocities against civilians, he was again asked, do you condemn Hamas?
Yeah.
Now, again, if he's condemning the atrocities against civilians, I think that's quite clear. He is condemning Hamas. He's not supporting them.
Yeah, and the thing is,
and he's not a member of the organization. He shouldn't have to answer for what they did.
Exactly, and they want that soundbite, and they want to, and for them it benefits that if you don't condemn Hamas, because you could say that, oh look, these people all support the terrorist organization. So again, even prime example again, Jeremy Corbyn, they hounded him when he came out of his fucking house to say, hey, do you condemn what happened? And he blatantly said, any loss of life is a terrible thing. Paraphrasing, but that's what he said. He goes, or something like, I condemn all acts of violence against innocent people. Wasn't enough for the press. They were like, oh, he supports Hamas. Oh, he doesn't condemn Hamas, therefore he supports terrorists.
Well, they also brought up the previous quote of his where he said during a meeting, it was my friends and Hamas. Now, they bring up a quote of his from a meeting that he held, I believe it was actually during a peace conference, where he referred to them as my friends in Hamas.
Yeah, that one hasn't aged well. Yeah,
it's not aged well. I mean, I think I now to play devil's advocate again, I'm not a fan of Mr. Corbyn, but the fact is, my understanding of that is that he was engaged. He was trying to engage at least in peace talks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and it was taken out of context.
He brought them all to the table and referred to them as friends.
Yeah.
He did the same with the IRA as well.
Exactly. He was involved. He was involved for many years in attempts at peace negotiations with the IRA.
Yeah.
Right.
This is why context matters.
This is why
because he was just being friendly, because people they know what the bigger picture is, but they're purposely trying to make it out that he's a sympathizer for terrorists, which is not the case. And this is what pisses me off about the fucking media.
Yeah, but it's more telling. It's more telling on them that so what you're saying is never peace talks, always violence. Same with Russia, Ukraine. Never once have I heard in the media them talking about peace talks. They always talking about the war and sending money to Ukraine, and that we must support Ukraine this, we must support Ukraine that. Zelensky sat there and said to you counter times, we are open to peace talks with Russia. And Johnson, on the orders of Biden himself, flew to Ukraine on the first round that they were going to do the peace talks in the early months of the war and shut that down. When China said
Putin has also shut that down too, because Putin wants Ukrainian territory, and I don't think that's again. Putin shut down those talks too because again, Putin wants Ukrainian territory, which the Ukrainians understandably do not want to cede to him.
Yeah, which of course is understandable. But on the second round, Putin was more open to if China was to delegate. And again, that got shot down. That got blocked. Yeah. But I mean, so we're not going to have peace talks. The end game, which is not working because they impose sanctions on Russia and they want to bankrupt Russia, but it's not working. It's just not that their tactics aren't working because Russia isn't beholden to the global banking system that a lot of other countries are beholden to, and they're still doing trade deals with. Sorry, go on.
They have the sanctions have worked to an extent. I mean, Russia thought this would be over in a matter of 2 weeks. They thought the invasion of Ukraine would be finished. In about 2 weeks.
The economy hasn't crashed. What they've created is a war economy.
Well, again, their economy is in the crapper to the point where they can't afford military hardware. I mean, you saw that with their pathetic display where they literally had a Second World War tank.
Yeah.
For a military display in the middle of Moscow.
Yeah,
because all of the tanks are in the Ukrainian front line, and in some cases have been captured by the Ukrainians because the Russians couldn't fuel them.
Well, because there was a gross underinvestment in their war thing, but now that's what I mean. They've created a war economy because now they're building all this stuff up. Now all this new equipment up. Now because of it, and because of that, they're doing trades with other countries. I mean, we saw what happened with Pakistan when Pakistan said we're not going to stop doing business with Russia. The Americans immediately funded the coup there, and ousted Imran Khan. They tried to do the same with Modi, but Modi's like, no, it's just not going to happen, mate. We're not Pakistan. And they're trying to put pressure on all these other countries, but
the economy of India is massive. By the way, it's another level.
Massive. Yeah,
it's not as straightforward as you know, like the middle class of India is humongous now. It's 50% poverty, 50% not in poverty. Yeah, and with 1 billion people, it's humongous. And I just want to go on regarding Ukraine. Like, you can see the hypocrisy there because people see Russia as the invading force trying to take over Ukraine, and yet somehow they can't see the comparisons with Israel Palestine. You know, with a country trying to defend itself. Obviously, the conflict's been going for so long that people have been born while this conflict's happening, whilst the Russia-Ukraine conflict is a lot more newer and fresher.
Yeah.
But I've always said Netanyahu, people compare him to saying he's the Israeli version of Trump. No, he's the Israeli version of Putin. You know, he really is. I mean,
no, he's the Israeli version of Hitler, mate. When you're actively advocating for ethnic cleansing of a group, you are a fucking Nazi, you know, or not a Nazi, but you are equivalent to fucking Hitler, and that is what Netanyahu. They don't want to hear that. Sorry,
you could compare the Gaza Strip, for example, to the Warsaw Ghetto.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
And you know, like prior to all of this commencing, which is why the conspiracies are so high on this particular issue, because he was losing so much support in Israel because finally the people of Israel who were not, you know, hardline like him were being targeted. You know, they were.
Yeah, they were.
You know, like if you're gay, you're being targeted. If you were in a relationship with somebody who's not Jewish, you're being targeted. If you're into a racial relationship with somebody who doesn't look like people like Netanyahu, you are being targeted. You know, they were going after, you know, other factions or people who were not Palestinians but who were Israelis, and they were feeling the wrath of Netanyahu. So something like this, in my opinion.
Zam, 1 second, mate. Reports coming out now here in the US that North Korea is shipping weapons to Russia and Ukraine. Well, again,
good luck to them.
Good luck to them.
It's not like North Korea's a bastion. No, I think people overrate North Korea. It's not like they're a bastion of amazing things, but
I think you're thinking of South Korea, mate.
It's a global basket case.
Yeah, North Korea's a fucking basket case.
Yeah. Sorry. Where was I?
Something about curry and gravy.
Yeah, something about Ukraine.
No.
Something about Shredder not liking tea. Fucking savage. Yeah, something about Ukraine, Russia. I can't remember.
Yeah, but I've totally lost. You made me lose my point because you brought in a comment while I was still talking.
Well,
which you didn't do to anybody else, but you did with me.
I will do it.
All right, thank you.
Right, well, we mentioned, for example, several times earlier on, Hussam Zola, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK, and I mentioned earlier as well Kay Burley. Now, Kay Burley, for anyone who doesn't know, is a presenter on Sky News. She is to journalism what Dr. Dre is to medicine.
I saw that comment. Yeah.
It was another case where Mr. Zomlot wasn't even on her program, and she decided to libel him on air. Now, what had happened was that David Lammy was supposed to be speaking at an event at the Labour conference to the Labour Friends of Palestine. And he was going to be sharing a stage with Hussam Zomlot.
Oh, man.
And on two occasions, Kay Burley libeled him on air and said that Hussam Zomlot basically said that Israel had it coming. Now, she said this to James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary, and she said this to Labour's Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Pat McFadden. And both times she was seeking for them to answer, do you think David Lammy shouldn't share a stage with this man? Since he basically said Israel had it coming.
That's just ridiculous.
Is
he suing her?
Oh, I hope he does, because here's what he actually said. What he said was, the loss of civilian lives is tragic on all sides, and he then went on to say, Israel knew they had it coming their way. Now, the latter was in reference to apparent warnings that the Israeli intelligence services had received that Hamas was planning something. It wasn't him saying Israel had it coming, they deserve this.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Israel knew they had this coming their way. They knew that something was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, what I was saying was regarding Netanyahu. He's probably loving this, in my opinion, because now he's probably in a lot of people's good books when he was initially in people's bad books for a long time, and he might have been ousted.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I mean, a lot of people in Israel are still calling for him to resign over this. There is a huge but
they're going to let him do what he's going to do right now because they're going to let him wipe out the Palestinians, and then they'll say, okay, fine, you can resign now. And I just personally think it's ridiculous. Like, this guy, he's only good when it comes to not good, but he only seems to be relevant when it comes to taking out Palestinians and taking away people's rights, and that's what he's doing right now. And I don't know. I almost feel like if the conspiracy theorists, which I don't like to be, there is something there regarding him maybe generating an issue by maybe ignoring the information that was coming his way, so tragedy could occur, and then he could jump on that and gain some points with the Israeli people.
Never put it past the government. Oh, go on, Sam. Sorry. Yeah.
And as well as the Americans, by the way, who are totally under the thumb of Israel. Totally. They don't tell Israel what to do. America tells them what to fucking do. They talk about having this fucking ironclad relationship, but it's true. It's truly one fucking sided. Because if Israel wants to go to those rumors of Israel wanting to go to war with Iran, America's not going to talk them down. America's going to back Israel to the fucking hilt. When America, the best thing to do for Americans, considering what they've been through with Iraq and Afghanistan, is not to go to fucking war with Iran. But.
Americans want to do it. They're itching. They're already blaming Iran for this. They're already blaming Iran.
And in turn, they're blaming Biden for it.
The American government is not blaming Iran. Yeah. The American government has outright said that there is no evidence that Iran was involved.
No.
There's elements of the Republican Party that are trying to pin it on Iran.
That's
Fox
it.
News, for example, has also tried to implicate Iran. But I mean, again, they've gone full InfoWars in this entire conflict. They're towing some of the same lines as Alex Jones.
What they've been saying.
Well, again, they're the ones that gave credence to the story about the beheaded babies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And again, Alex Jones has been going on this idea that the Israelis knew that this was happening and allowed it to. They've and again, I don't think that's the case. I think this is probably something similar to along the lines of the administration of George W. Bush before September the 11th, which was a case of George W. Bush had demoted the head of the counterterrorism unit, which was a man called Richard Clark. He had been attempting to find and kill Osama bin Laden before that happened when he was working for the Clinton administration. I was wondering what the hell was rustling. I think it's something in Gary's end. But yeah, he demoted Richard Clark, and he ignored the warnings that Clark had attempted to give in briefings, which was that bin Laden was planning to attack in America, including potentially hijacking planes. So again, I think this has been a case of Netanyahu has ignored warnings that he's received that Hamas were planning an attack, perhaps potentially out of complete arrogance.
Possibly, but I always say never put it past the government to allow certain atrocities to happen to justify going to war. I mean, when they released the previously classified documents, like in America, there's a document that's saying that they wanted to create a false flag attack in Florida and blame the Cuban government so they could justify an invasion into Cuba. And that was poo-pooed by John F. Kennedy.
Was that one of Kissinger's ideas?
Which one?
Was that one of Henry Kissinger's ideas? Or
yes, more than likely, yeah. Yeah,
because again, he was responsible for proposing a number of atrocities, such as blowing up the dikes in North Vietnam.
Yeah, yeah.
I just feel like war doesn't maybe for regular people now doesn't have the same appeal as it wanted. I mean, I think the powers that be are still kind of lost in their own bubble and thinking that people want to go to war for any reason, every reason possible. But it would take a 9/11 type of event to maybe muster people to want to fight again. Because I think people are still fatigued from Afghanistan and Iraq. The idea of going to Iran probably is not on high on a lot of people's list. And we are more globalized as a society than we've ever been before. Everyone is in each other's countries, living in each other's countries. It doesn't work the same as it once did when we were divided by our borders. Like but we're so integrated now with everyone everywhere. I just don't feel that these sort of things work so well.
Yeah,
you know,
go on, guys. Sorry.
Like the First Minister of Scotland, his wife and his immediate family is Palestinian. Like,
yes, Hamza Yusuf is the only UK leader so far to condemn the collective punishments doctrine of Israel. He's the only one so far in the entire UK. Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak have both endorsed Israel's proposed strikes against, well, the strikes they've already carried out and the proposed strikes that they're going to be carrying out against Gaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with Rishi Sunak. I mean, a lot of Indian people are very pro-Israeli, and he is Indian as in Hindi. They're very pro-Israeli, even though a lot of Israelis don't fucking like him.
They fucking hate it.
They don't like
the attitude of Israelis towards Indians.
Yeah,
calling them subhuman and all this kind of stuff. Hey, Mr. System. You know.
Yeah, and stuff like that.
You were saying, no, Gary, but by the way, Gary, you were saying about Hamza Yusuf and his wife being Palestinian.
Yeah, because the thing is that's representation in in Scottish government of Palestinians in one of the highest office in the land, and that's representation there. I mean, that's people who probably have empathy. I'm sure there's more people who know people who are affected by this war. There's been British citizens that have been taken hostage. There's been British citizens who've been killed in this thing. And surely that should create some ripple effect in the government itself to know that this is just a one-way thing, that Israel is just as culpable as Hamas is with some of the things it's been doing.
I don't know if that counts though as representation in the Scottish government, because again, it's his wife. She's not an elected member of parliament.
Yeah.
Hamza Yusuf is not Palestinian. His family, I believe, is of Pakistani origin. The two main leaders in the Scottish Parliament, the two main party leaders are Hamza Yusuf of the SNP and Anas Sarwar of Labour. And again,
they're going to probably call him Galloway Part 2. That's what they're going to probably do. They're giving him the Galloway treatment because I think Galloway's wife was Palestinian. Was that correct?
I don't recall. I don't recall if she was Palestinian or not. But again, no, I don't think Hamza Yusuf would be called Palestinian because he has outright condemned Hamas. He's not.
A lot of Muslim people will. Yeah, I mean,
well, again, unlike George Galloway was known at times to defend Hamas, including on at least one occasion he showed up to an event and he gave Hamas money.
Yeah.
So, but again, both of our main party leaders are Muslims, and they are both their family background is both of Pakistani descent.
Yeah, it's not so much about representation; it's that somebody is directly affected who is in a position of leadership.
Yeah, he's spoken about the fact that he's lost sleep because his in-laws are actually in Palestine.
Yeah,
and his mother-in-law and his father-in-law are both in Palestine, and they have been able to contact them, but they're absolutely terrified of what's potentially going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so uncertain what's going to happen to anyone there. I mean,
I wonder if that would potentially cause an international incident if, say, for example, the mother-in-law of a leader of a leader of a country, such as the First Minister of Scotland, if his mother-in-law was to be killed by the Israeli Defense Force.
I think what you'd end up instead is more of a media blackout and more of attempts to get him deplatformed, to have him silenced.
Yeah.
More than anything, if I'm being a cynical cunt.
I agree. I think when we dealing with larger, powerful systems, they would shut it down for sure.
I mean, look at what Savelle Braverman's doing to people who just wave the Palestinian flag.
Thank you.
To get them arrested.
She's not the only one. I mean, France has banned it too.
Yeah. I mean, this is how far. Yeah, this is how far the tongue of the West has gone up the arse of Israel. This is we are literally happy to ignore basic civil rights for the sake of appeasement of a brutal apartheid regime. It beggars belief. Nobody's going around waving a fucking Nazi flag, but you won't get arrested for waving a fucking Nazi flag in Germany.
Meanwhile, both America and ourselves, Britain, have sent military vessels to the Israeli coast, to the Mediterranean. Yeah. Now, my understanding of it, the Americans are there to prevent Hezbollah from trying to take advantage.
Yeah.
So if the Israeli Defense Force, for example, and I hate to even call them that, if the Israeli military is busy in Gaza, then there's always the possibility that Hezbollah might try and take advantage in the north.
Yeah.
I believe
they've already dropped phosphorus on the border there.
Exactly.
Because Hezbollah tried to say that they were part of the attack as well.
Hezbollah took credit for some of the rockets that were fired.
Yeah, that's it.
But I believe Hezbollah was for completely different reasons to Hamas.
Yeah, which we don't know if there was provocation from Israel, because there could be the possibility that there was provocation in the north by Israel. And then they fired the rocket back, and then they hit them with the phosphorus, and the media spins it as, Hezbollah attacked first. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Yeah, I'm probably wrong, but I'm just saying.
My understanding is that two of the vessels that have been sent from Britain One is there to prevent guns being transported to Hamas. Now, I think it's more of a token gesture than anything else, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah.
The other is a medical vessel has been sent there. Now, I don't know if they are there to provide medical aid purely to the Israelis, or if they are going to be providing medical aid to any and all civilians on both sides of the conflict.
I'd be surprised if they did it for Hamas.
No, I don't mean providing
Palestinians. You mean?
I mean
Palestinians. Sorry,
to the Palestinian
sorry.
civilians.
Yes, sorry, I meant Palestinians. Thank you, Zam. Yeah.
But by the way, Mr. System, he's Irish. He goes, the problem in Israel and Palestine will never be solved. But I give the Irish a lot of credit. They're the only country that are really calling this out. When it comes to siding with the Palestinians, and it's amazing, that they got the balls to fucking do that. And I give them so much credit. I really do.
Well, Greece, although the Greek and Cypriot government are cucked as well, even though Greece never used to be cucked to Israel, they are now because we've got a right-wing government in power. Again, they're the same thing. Their support for Palestine has never wavered, even though they have great relationships with Israelis. They understand the pain of colonialism.
Surprised they're able to do both.
They understand it, and so that's why they understand the plight of the Palestinians. So Ireland has been fantastic in this regard. Same with the Celtic fans as well. That the media press is, it's only the ultras of the Celtic. No, Celtic fans in general have always fucking waved.
The Israelis, by the way, are trying to convince one of Celtic's players to quit the team because he is an Israeli.
Yeah, he can fuck off if he wants to. What's the Israeli player saying?
He's not said anything yet.
All right. Yeah.
Look, some claim Ireland is anti-Semitic, but I never heard anyone say anything. Look, you can. This is the thing. You can criticize Israel till the fucking cows come home. Doesn't mean that you're being anti-Semitic. You're criticizing a country, a nation, and you're criticizing them. Even if they're doing things for religious reasons, but it doesn't mean that you're being anti-Semitic. And it pisses me off that people are playing the anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but the thing is, everyone knows that the anti-Semitism card has been weaponized to shut down criticism, and it's just not sticking anymore. That's the thing. It's just not.
Yeah.
Outside of the media and political bubbles, this is why, because it's not sticking, and people are just understanding more and more and more about this, what's happening. This is why you have the lobbying groups and the governments pressuring Israeli government pressuring to just try and shut down criticism, expelling fucking professors from universities, infiltrating student unions because a lot of students are very pro-Palestinian, and trying to get them kicked out of universities. They've ramped up on foreign soil the shutting down of criticism of Israel. It is getting to an extreme level where we need to treat it as a legitimate threat to our own democracy, because that's what it is. And just allow it to happen.
Saying that you hate the policies of Israel is not the same as saying you hate the Jews.
Yeah, of course. The US had one carrier group on the way to Israel, another joked in SK?
South Korea.
The previous South Korea. Oh. Okay. I don't know why that.
Yeah.
Fair enough. The Prime Minister went to wrong button. The Prime Minister went to Israel a few months ago too, because Israel had that view of Ireland.
Of them being anti-Semitic, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, and also, I just want to go back on something.
Sorry, but if you're criticizing Palestinians, does that make you fucking anti-Muslim or anti-Arab? Of course it doesn't.
No. But who's criticizing the Palestinians, though? I mean, everybody's criticizing Hamas. I mean, again,
but unfortunately, there are people who are criticizing the Palestinians because they equate both of them to be the same because they're fucking stupid.
Morons.
And But the point is, I still at the same time
we've seen that throughout history, Zam. They're the same people who equated Afghans to Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
No, I agree, but at the same time, even though they're fucking morons, I might not necessarily think all of them are anti-Muslim or anti-Arab or whatever. They just got they got their facts mixed up when it comes to knowing the difference between Palestinians and Hamas. So if we don't think of those people to be that, then at the same time, if you can criticize Israel, you shouldn't be seen as being anti-Semitic. It's the worst trope ever, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, like we here had I think it was Wednesday here, we had a pro-Palestine march, and there was talk about shutting that down. And I said, I tried to keep my mouth shut at work about this sort of thing, but I was like going, why? I mean, like, I went, why? Because the thing is, just because you support Palestine doesn't mean you support Hamas. It went, well, people in Palestine support Hamas. I went, no, they don't. Most of them don't.
They haven't had an election for 17 years. You know, like they haven't had a chance to fucking vote for somebody else in because, you know, everything is just topsy-turvy within there. Like Hamas have just stayed there and...
Well, they've just taken over and shut everything down, and that's it.
Yeah, does anyone actually does anyone believe that the election of Hamas in 2007 was legitimate?
No. But I want to go back to something Zam was talking about earlier in terms of people's attitude towards war. And I always say it's like Hollywood. When Hollywood believes that everything that's said on Twitter is real life in terms of how people view things, like say if one person complains about something on Twitter about a film, then that's everyone, that's the world. So in that same regard is that what you see on the news is not relative to real life. The majority of people fucking loathe war, even right-wingers, ordinary working class right-wingers, especially Republicans in the States, they fucking hate war. They hate it.
Yeah.
People don't want to go to war. They saw their family members die in Iraq and Afghanistan. They've seen what's happened when they've come back and seen their child commit suicide because the minute you leave the military, it's like, fuck you, don't care, no aftercare, no help, off you go, you can rot. And many of them with PTSDs and with injuries and all this kind of stuff, they're left to rot. And because a lot of people that go sign up to the military are from, you know, poorer backgrounds who may, especially from the white demographic, vote Republican, they've seen firsthand what was, and so none of them support it. So this is one of the things that helped Trump get votes from the Republican contingent of voters, is because he was very anti-war in his stance, and it's a very popular position to have. It's why a lot of right-wingers like RFK, the fucking quack that ran as a Democrat, who thinks, you know, vaccines will turn you into Magneto. All right. But a lot of, you saw on Twitter, a lot of the right-wingers were saying, hey, this guy's all right. I like this guy's rhetoric. Why? Because his main thing was anti-vax, but anti-war. So
they don't like him anymore.
Yeah, and it's hard. And we've seen military recruitment has plummeted over the years. People are sick of war. The only people that like war are right-wingers that need it to drum up division and need a group that needs to be hated on. Same thing as Erdogan has done with...
Well, the rich and powerful like war because they're not going to fight it. You know, they want people who...
And shareholders and all this kind of shit. And so...
Yeah, but...
you know, the average person doesn't want to go to war. It's not like colonial times where it was seen like a badge of honor because there was nothing else to do, or you were so fucking poor that going to war and colonizing countries was seen as the preferred career path. It's not like that anymore. But the people that are running the asylum think that that's what people still want to do, and it's just not the case. That's why they're struggling to recruit people.
Donald Trump, you know, allegedly said that, you know, he doesn't understand why people would join the military. They're suckers and losers. Now, I'm no fan of Donald Trump.
Commander Bones.
I have to, but to a degree, I kind of agree with him. You know, like
No, I'm sorry, I
No.
disagree with him on that because the way
No,
the
no.
context in which you said context matters. The context in which he said that was he was actually attending a memorial to dead soldiers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, look, but the reason I agree,
I
kind
agreed
of
with him when he said, for example, when he said during the first Republican debate that he was on, and he was the first Republican actually to say it publicly. He said, "No, Iraq was bullshit."
Yeah.
I agreed with him on that.
Yeah.
But context matters when he says that.
You're right. Yeah, I am thinking of it from a different context. Please understand that. My context is the context I'm thinking of it is that people are romanced into joining the military. Yeah, I mean they see all these, like they see films like Officer and a Gentleman and shit like that, and you serve in the military, you're gonna give your life to your country, all of this shit. But really, end of the day, you're just a pawn for rich, powerful fucking people, which is why rich, powerful people will never send their kids to the fucking military to die.
Guys, don't worry. Don't need to keep your hand up. I see.
Yeah, to die for those particular causes. It's always working class, blue collar people who get roped into this because unfortunately in America you have no public health care and shit like that. One of the best ways to get it is to be in the fucking military. I mean, to get all these particular plans and to get a job for life or whatever, maybe see the world even, is to be in the fucking military. Education, all of these sort of things.
That's why they stick it all in the military to get you.
The loser part is a bit harsh. The loser part is a bit hard, but sometimes you might be a bit of a sucker if you do join the military, in my personal opinion. And I don't mean to quote Trump in that particular case because he is a fucking arsehole, but he was at least half right in my opinion, regardless of the context. But my context is different to his. My context is different to his, but I too kind of get it. People are roped into this fucking thing, and they're there to die for fucking causes that mean nothing to the general consensus. It's only there to keep rich people happy. The days of maybe fighting a fascist force back in World War II, they're long gone. Nowadays, you're there to fight for fucking oil and shit like that. You're not fighting for anything more. You're fighting for land and and share prices. You're not there to fight for a good cause like you once were. So yeah.
Gads.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. I hate war and I hate people going to war, but the soldiers themselves are heroes. I'll explain why. Right. A lot of them are poor. Right. And the only way they can get a working wage because the military pays you really well. Right. Construction work pays you like shit. Flaming janitorial work pays you like shit. A lot of these places pay you like shit. The military pays you, honest to God, working wage. It gives you a decent pension. It gives you decent overheads on other things.
I don't think members of the U.S. military get paid that well.
Yes, it is.
No, our soldiers haven't had a pay rise in 8 years?
Yeah, our soldiers don't get paid for all.
But all right, our janitorial staff and our construction worker staff, they get paid £7.79. Our military get paid £10.26, I think it is, or did it go?
How do janitorial staff get paid?
With the governments we have it. No, but with the governments we have in control right now, whether it be in America, United Kingdom, or whatever, are our military forces, are these people who are dying in these wars, like Afghanistan and fucking Iraq, which is a fucking joke, a waste of time. Are they fighting and dying for legitimate causes? They're not. They're not. They're being roped in for fucking things, and you call them heroes and shit like that. But are they dying for the right cause? No, they're not. You know what I mean? What is the right cause? What for fucking oil? Is that the cause now? Because that's what it is. They're dying for stupid people for stupid reasons.
Right, but I've actually known military. I've known military people, and they've said that it gives them focus and a routine and stuff like that. Focus. It helps with their mental health to a degree because it's the same routine. And it gives them for example, a lot of them are very, disgruntled teenagers. Like the two ones that I met said that they were teenage, basically, what's the word?
Tearaways.
terrorised, yeah. And basically that go to the kind of centre them because it was structured. They had to get up a certain time, and if they didn't, they get shot in the face, and like that sort of return and being together with a team really helped them and galvanise them. Now, while I hate war, if we can get people like that off the streets and into something that's a bit more productive for them, then that's a good thing.
But that's because
I agree. I agree with you there. Sorry, James. I agree with you there. But but if you do join the military, you are put yourself in a position where you will end up having there's a chance where you might have to fight and die for a particular cause. That in today's world, it's just not fucking worth it because people are not dying for anything legitimate nowadays. They're fucking getting killed so they can fucking keep share prices down and so they can fucking grab oil from fucking other countries. That's really what it is nowadays. That's, and overthrow dictatorships. That's more than what it is and it's ever been. The righteous cause is long gone, in my opinion.
There's plenty of good reasons to join the military, but not everybody who joins the military is ever going to see frontline duty. I mean, I think it's only about 1 in 6.
Yeah, that's right.
1 in 6 members of military personnel who actually join up ever actually see frontline combat. The rest would be involved in things like
Shred. You apparently you have like a 1 in a million chance to be the poor sucker who dies from a bungee jump. And I'm never going to fucking take that bungee jump because that one in a million could still be me. When you have a 1 in 6 chance, you can still fight.
That's not even comparable. Yeah. What I'm saying is the majority of people who sign up for service are not on the front lines. They're literally in the back doing things like aircraft maintenance, or they're doing things, or they're doing things like cooks, or they're medics. They're not on the front lines doing combat duty. Again, there's a lot of good reasons to join the military. Now, the main reason is that you want to serve your country, but at the same time, though, you hope that your government is not going to send you to a cause that is not justifiable. So something like the Iraq War.
Yeah,
and again,
these are the things that have been happening recently, though, and we're still involved in.
Well, again, we don't really have much involvement in terms of Iraq anymore. We have no involvement in Afghanistan. Afghanistan was probably the one conflict that you might have been able to say was justifiable because, again, the conflict was supposed to be to overthrow Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and launch a full-scale manhunt for Osama bin Laden. Now, we didn't do that. The Americans, I think, sent only about 20,000 troops into Afghanistan to try and secure the entire country, which is farcical.
Yeah,
there's more police officers in New York City than there were troops.
Yeah.
But with regard to Trump, I mean, again, I really object to the whole, quoting him, saying, suckers and losers, because the context of that quote, by the way, he was supposed to attend an American cemetery in Paris, and he said where 1,800 Marines had lost their lives at Belleau Wood. He said, "Why would I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." And he also called those 1,800 Marines suckers for getting killed. And those are not the only statements he's made against the military.
Yeah,
he said.
My quote. Sorry, Sherrod. I didn't want to mean it in that particular context because obviously it's tragic what happened to those people. I just sometimes think that when I say suckers and losers, I just sometimes think that people are joining the military under false pretenses and they don't realize what they're signing up for, and who they're signing up for, and whether they think what they're signing up for is the righteous cause in today's world. If you know what I mean.
But
that's where I'm trying to go at.
But if you sign up for the military for the right reasons and you wind up being sent to, again, an unjustifiable conflict like the Iraq War, I wouldn't call you a sucker and a loser for that. I would call you a victim. Same as if, the kind of people who get fleeced in Ponzi schemes. I don't call them suckers.
I agree. My terms was a bit
you're out of order.
But I'm trying to get to the same sort of conclusion you are. If you know what I mean.
I know what you're trying to say. But the problem with that in general is sadly, under rampant capitalist systems, when all other services are cut, and when you create an education system that is far too fucking expensive, and your only chances of getting an education are via signing up to be a killing machine, you're going to take that chance. You're going to take that position. If all the best opportunities of you to learn things are to just join the military, where you can both get paid and learn a bunch of new shit at the same time, that's what you're going to take, because your other options are so limited, and it's by design. It is always by design.
It is very by design, because
it's by design.
Because it's
one second, guys. That's why there are so many trans people in the military, because they go through there because they can get all the treatment they need to transition as well. Because outside of that, they can't afford to do it. And so, yeah,
fascinating.
Lose.
Makes sense, though.
I mean, because the thing that the US does that we don't is like it pays a lot of their ex-service members to go and do education for free. Like people like Dragnet and people like that have talked about the fact that the US government pays for their university education and stuff like that, and like they get a check every month for stuff like that. That's stuff we should do here, but we don't for whatever reason.
No, I don't want to do that through the military. Like the system should be free education. Simple as that.
No, I agree with that. What I'm saying is,
nothing should be tied. You should want to join the military for two reasons. You want to get really fit. You want to fire a fucking gun. You want to represent your country. Should
maybe see the world a little bit.
Yeah, maybe see the world a little bit. Go oppress some country abroad. Smack somebody with a gun. All this kind of shit. Or try and drink me under the table in Hong Kong and fail miserably. True story. Yeah, a bunch of navies because they dock at Hong Kong and things like that. And me and my cousin were on holiday down there. We started chatting to them in the bar. They tried to have a drinking competition with me, and they fucking lost. So yay, my liver. Anyway, sorry. Carry on, guys. Yeah.
But what I was saying is that the ex-servicemen here should get a check every month, because a lot of ex-squaddies tend to be homeless because they're struggling to kind of like find stability.
That's another issue as well. That's another issue as well for like in this country, and especially America, a country that fornicates over fucking the military. The fact that you have homeless vets is a joke.
The highest number of homeless. Sorry, there's just a large percentage. I don't know how to word this now because my brain is scrambled. But there is a large percentage of vets that are homeless. There is a large amount of vets that commit suicide, that have PTSD. It's not rosy in America, guys. It's very bad, very, very bad. Once your service is over, or things that happen to you during your service and all of that, it's very fucking bad. And in fact, here in the UK, there's a goddamn training facility that has had 9 that got accused of 9 rapes. One soldier, she committed suicide. The harassment she received from her superior. And the thing that they don't tell you about the military as well is the horrendous amount of sexual assault that is going on in there. The amount of women that are raped within the military, and the fact that fuck all is being done about it. It's just not a good life. And it's just this is why I say understanding all this, once you know the facts, your life has to be so just bad. And I don't mean bad like you're a piece of shit. What I mean is your life, you have to be so desperate to join the military. If people are aware of the facts beforehand, they say, you know what, I'd rather get in debt, because it's very rare that it's such a small percentage of people that will go through the service, no problems, make it out the other side, be tickety boo. Peach has talked about her experiences in the military as well. I mean, you guys know
she's fucking gorgeous, man.
Yeah,
I mean, she must have got harassed a lot.
Exactly. She went through a horrid time within the military, but she also got a lot out of it as well. But she talked about her experiences. and things like that. And that's why, you know, the West has a privilege that it could just, you know, it doesn't necessarily need high numbers of military because there aren't any threats. There are countries that have military service, like in Greece, because obviously Turkey every 5 minutes needs to rabel its saber because they always elect horrible fucking leaders that needs, you know, a scapegoat because they've plunged their country into complete economic destruction. Talk about Erdogan and that. So they always need to rally against the Armenians, the Kurds, and the Greeks,
Syrians.
And well, it's mainly the Kurds in Syria. And so they need a fucking, yeah. So that's why we have a military service. There's a legitimate threat on our doorstep. And that's why we have military service. We don't fucking need it here. In fact, we should be encouraging more people to leave the military so that we can stop committing atrocities abroad. The best defense that we could give to the world is having a very, very small military. Not no military, just a small military. Just want to go to a few. It's just one comment. Even simple physicals can take months here in the US military via the Veteran Affairs. Unless you have intelligence certification, you're not making money, and those are about 20K. Oh, see, there you go. The facts just keep pouring out.
In this country, quite frankly, we should be doing more for veterans to the point that charities like Helps for Heroes shouldn't even exist.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I donate to Help for Heroes.
But you know, we have food banks in this fucking country.
Absolutely.
Because our government is not doing jack shit to feed its own people. Going as far as to vilify footballers for wanting children fed. I mean, this is how far that we're not a civilized society. The UK is not a civilized society.
Hang on, Ginger Greek, though. But the thing is, if he hadn't been so focused on feeding kids, he might have scored that penalty.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, yeah, that's it. Should have let the fucking kids starve and scored that penalty instead.
Yeah, I don't know what the reason was for the other two players that missed, but you know, if Marcus Rashford had not focused so much on making sure that kids were eating food during the pandemic, he would have scored that penalty.
Well, you know, I blame Zam. Zam's the one that put him off. He abused him the day before, just calling him a mank cunt, and that's why he missed that penalty. It had nothing to do with feeding kids. So you know,
just in case people are wondering, I didn't, but I don't want people to because I don't want the line to be blurred because he was playing for England and I was supporting him 100%. Yeah. So even the day before,
just a side tangent. No, that was fucking appalling. That you know, he was one of like 3 players that missed the penalty. Everybody fucking put
3 black players.
Every racist in the country pointed out that it was 3 black players that missed the penalty.
Yeah.
And immediately the day fucking after, you know, that he's missed that penalty, there's a big mural that's been painted of him in Manchester because obviously all the work he did, making sure that kids weren't going hungry, somebody fucking scrawled the N-word across it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know where that mural is, and yes, it did.
Yeah, it's just.
I thought you were about to say, "I know who did it."
No, Gaz did it. It was Gaz. God damn it, Gaz.
And nothing happened to Harry Maguire, by the way, when he missed that penalty against France. He was totally. Sorry, not Harry Maguire, Harry Kane, and nothing happened to him when he missed that penalty. You know what I mean? He was totally fine. I was pissed off that he missed that penalty. A lot of people were, and I'm glad he never got any sort of like massive. Flack for it. We moved on from it, but that was a big deal. That game was massive. That was a fucking World Cup match.
Well, he got
massive game.
He got a transfer offer out of it.
Eventually, a year later,
No. Right after he missed the penalty. I mean, there was talks of him moving to Miami.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Into Miami.
No, the Miami Dolphins. They were wanting to see if he could blast.
Well played.
Yeah.
But yeah,
all right, guys.
No flack for him.
Should we move on?
I think we should move on to a different subject.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could frankly be here all day talking about Israel. There's no simple solution to it. I mean, I've heard people talk about sanctions. Well, that would take a massive international effort. We could do certain things like stop sending them arms, but I don't think the British government is going to do that. Same with the American government. I hope that if Israel does follow through with what it appears to be doing, that there is an international war crimes tribunal.
Yeah,
nothing's going to happen to Israel as long as America
is saying that we are about to witness one of the biggest genocides in modern history.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? Where did you hear that they're going to use white phosphorus?
They have used white phosphorus.
They already have.
They already have. It was Human Rights Watch that have reported it.
Yeah, there's video of it on Twitter. You can see video of it on Twitter. It's all on there.
I mean, that stuff literally like birds just get off your body.
Yeah, we've already shown a video showing exactly what it does to people.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that regarding Israel doing the right thing and all of that, hoping that they'll listen to the international community. They never will. They got their big boy in America on their behind them, and as long as America's backing them, they'll do what the fuck they want and have to feel the right they could do what the fuck they want. And because they've been taking land and creating their own settlements for decades now, not listening to the international community. So they're not going to stop now, in my opinion. Whatever we hope to happen will not happen. Nothing good's going to come out from Israel, guaranteed.
The end game is
especially under Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The end game for Israel is to wipe Palestinians off the map.
Mass genocide.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. But hopefully in America we might get somebody who's elected president that might stop this conflict. And one man who could possibly become the next US president is Turkey's own Cenk Uygur.
Cenk Uygur.
And there you go. So you agree with me,
run for president?
He will bring peace to the Middle East by threatening to take his top off.
I wouldn't even trust Cenk Uygur to run a PTA board, let alone be president.
I mean, this is a legit question. What are actually his policies?
Well, he's not for Medicare for all.
Well, here's the thing: he's got this bizarre.
Isn't he? I thought he would be.
He's got the public option on his
website. But he's got this bizarre platform. He's running to be president and hopes that he'll be able to pull out. He actually thinks that if he gets 25% at the primaries, that will convince Joe Biden to step down. He will then be able to pull out, and somebody else will be able to step forward and run for the presidency.
That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard about.
Fucking mind. Well,
he's never going to get 25%.
Happen.
We're lucky to get 5%.
Well, I mean, look at
not going to happen. We have breaking news here. Sorry, Shredder. 1 second. Jim Jordan has been nominated for the next Speaker of the House here in the US. The GOP lost their minds years ago, mate. Let's be honest. Jim Jordan, he can keep secrets and will wrestle for your rights. What a joke. Jim fucking Jordan will do none of that. The man's a goddamn extremist. And that's
the man literally looks like a live action version of Beavis.
Back
to
Cenk Uygur, because this is better news.
Oh, but what I was about to say, actually, before I got stopped, is that if you look at when he ran for a congressional seat, he did fucking appallingly there. I mean, he got 7%.
I remember that.
6%. 7% in one of the votes, 6% in another. You know, and he thinks he'll get 25% in a Democratic primary.
Yeah. And there's Marianne Williamson is there. Why not fucking back her and promote her and push her? This is a grift. He's just doing it because he's got a book.
It's 100% a grift. Now, again, I've said
Playbook of Ventura.
A book. Oh no, I've said it's partly because he's got a book, partly because TYT is in financial trouble. They're not doing so good financially now, so I think he would use some of the money to. I think he would finesse some of the campaign money that he gets to TYT,
which is actually illegal.
It's illegal, but I think he would probably figure out a way to do it. and again, it's also to get his own name out there too. And again, it's as I've said earlier, it's a lot of like it's out of the Jesse Ventura playbook. I mean, Jesse Ventura on at least 3 occasions when it's been the year of a presidential election, Jesse Ventura has routinely said since I think 2004 that he would like to stand for the presidency. And let's see, 2008, 2012, and 2016, he coincidentally had a book to release, and he had an excuse. He had an excuse for why he wasn't standing. Now, in some cases, he was claiming that he couldn't get ballot access in all 50 states, and in some cases, it was that he was wanting to get representation with a party, but there was some disagreement there. Now, the ballot access, I'm not entirely sure how valid an excuse that even is, because I know Ross Perot ran in 1992 as an independent. He got he was able to successfully get his supporters to petition to get him ballot access in all 50 states.
Yeah, but it was because of Ross Perot now that they've done a lot of shithousery to kind of quell that because of what happened in 92. I know there's I'm trying to remember now who it was who tried to get on the ballot with a significant amount of signatures, and they screwed him over. But I don't know if that was for presidency or for something else. But yeah, because of Ross Perot, they basically make it a lot fucking harder.
Okay. I mean, I know Ralph Nader as well, though. For example, I mean, when he stood in 2000, there were 7 states he wasn't on the ballot on. 4 of them, though, he was eligible. 4 of those states, though, he was eligible to be put down as a write-in candidate, and a vote for him as a write-in would count.
Right.
So again, Ventura is saying that because he couldn't get ballot access in all 50 states on some occasions, that's why he declined to run for president. But again, he just happened to have a book that he was promoting during those same tours.
Yeah.
Now, the difference is, though, Ventura wasn't raising money to become president at that time. But
no.
news organizations were happy to speak to him because Jesse Ventura is a very articulate man. He is a former governor, and he is, willing to show up and be a guest on a program.
He's a recognizable character.
I think he's a recognizable face.
Yeah,
Cenk Uygur is not.
Yeah. To the larger audience, basically, compared to Ventura, no, he is not.
Well, yeah, because he got hired at MSNBC. Yeah. He got hired at MSNBC. He failed there and was sacked. He then got
failed there. He clashed with the upper heads because he wasn't kissing up to Democrats.
That's when he was a bit more of a lefty back then.
He was a Republican back then.
He left.
Well, no, he was a Republican in 99, 2000.
Yeah, but he went to MSNBC in about 2011, I think it was.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But again, he didn't last long at MSNBC. He wound up getting fired.
He got fired.
I know Keith Olbermann's spoken about him, and he said that he told the producers of his show when he was at MSNBC, under no circumstances do you book Cenk Uygur, because he's one of these people who doesn't really have a valid opinion on anything. It's more of a case of, he's just going to be a loudmouth for the sake of being a loudmouth. No matter what the topic, he will just talk absolute crap. When Cenk was fired from MSNBC, Current TV invited him on to be a guest on Olbermann's show to talk about his firing from MSNBC. And they asked him, hey, should we hire this guy? And Olbermann said, no, wait and see what the ratings come back from his appearance, and then decide. He appears on Keith Olbermann's show, and he gets one of the lowest ratings in the history of this show.
Yeah.
But Current TV still hired him.
And how long was he on Current TV for?
I can't remember. I mean, Current TV didn't last all that long, especially after Keith Olbermann quit.
Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, Al Gore sold it to the Qataris.
Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah, I was about to say that was the thing that was owned by Al Gore, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Al
Gore.
It
was after they sold it to the Qataris that, they shut it. I think it got shut down.
It did eventually get shut down, but I mean, it was a badly run network anyway.
Yeah, it was.
But Uyghur, there's no fucking way this guy is seriously considering a run as president.
Nah.
It's a vanity project,
like I said,
and he's
in our
a lot
chat,
of people out of money.
Yeah.
No, like I said in our chat, it's just self publicity. I mean, it truly is. There's nothing more than that. He wants to get his. As far as he's concerned, this is the best way to get his name out outside of social media, in the mainstream media, and that's what he's kind of doing. You know, so more people recognize him, and then he can get more subscriptions for the Young Turks and all of that. That's really what he wants, in my opinion.
That's all it is. I mean, if they're running into financial trouble, which again, I don't know what's going on at the Young Turks. I don't follow them at all.
I don't either.
So if they're in financial trouble and all of that, this is probably a good way to publicity.
I still watch
the most cynical fucking way, I might add. You know, I just want to point out. 1 second, Zam. I just want to point out with Cenk, he was the guy who did a fantastic job, you know, early on with like the Justice Democrats and with Wolfpack. And the Wolfpack was a whole thing that he was trying to get statewide to get money out of politics. And here he is openly saying in his interview with Anna that he will take corporate PAC money. What the fuck is that all about? Like, what the fuck are your principles anymore if you're openly saying, yes, you'll take corporate money? You think that they're going to give you fucking money if you're going to push progressive policies that don't make profit for the ruling class?
If you don't like my current set of principles, I have others.
Yeah. Starmer 101. But yeah, Zam, sorry, mate. Go on.
Sorry, I apologize. I was falling asleep there.
Yeah, that's all
sorry.
Right. I just want to say I just wanted to get my point across, but you wanted to say something before that
regarding Cenk.
Yeah.
No, I think I still watch TYT because it's good. As far as I'm concerned, it's good to keep your friends close and your enemies closer. This is just my personal opinion. I see that they have changed it a little bit here and there. I don't think they've taken this hard shift like a lot of people will assuming that they have as somebody who watches them. They're still reasonably progressive on many issues. But I can see where the shift is concerned. I mean, they had a pro-Israeli stance with one of their guys, but they had that with people like Dave Rubin before he turned. So I'm just saying, I guess they're not everybody's cup of tea, but if I had the choice between Cenk and Joe Biden, if they were genuinely running both of them, who would you choose?
Oh, Cenk in a fucking heartbeat.
No, I'd go for Biden.
Cenk in a heartbeat, dude.
Cenk in a heartbeat. Yeah. Cenk in a heartbeat. Biden is a piece of shit. Okay,
I don't think Biden's been too bad, actually. I don't think Biden's been too bad, but I'll give Cenk a shot.
Been siding with the fucking Republicans on a majority of issues. He is a piece of shit.
Look,
he's the reason you can't default on your student loans. He's the fucking one that helped write the crime bill. Okay, so I would never Biden. I view as low as a fucking Republican.
Biden has been a disappointment, but Cenk Uyghur is quite frankly somebody who has got no business at all being involved in the hotbed of politics. I mean, if you watched his debate with Hassan Piker, he literally had no facts.
It was a massacre.
Yeah, he had no facts at all to back up his arguments. It was all bluster to the point where he literally sounded like your average Republican talking head. And if that was how he performed against Hassan Piker, a seasoned politician would tear him apart verbally like a bread roll.
Yeah, which Cenk of old, when he was running on a purely progressive platform, might have been a better fight against the politician. I'm just saying, because he's had back and forths with representatives before and he's wiped the floor with them. People like your Charlie Kirks as well, and not just those idiots, but with I forget. But He's wiped the floor with them on the principled arguments. But now when he's running on a platform where he's happy to take donor money, you're absolutely right. What's he going to say? Oh, you're beholden to corporations. Like, motherfucker, so are you. So that argument's out. The second argument is, hey, motherfucker, here's your history of dumb shit that you've done, and it's all online for everyone to see. So, yes. However, we're talking about a man who helped find the Justice Democrats, who were a disappointment in the end, but at the time, it was a bit of a shock to the system of everyone. The Wolfpack, the TYT thing, which, you know, he started as a personality on local access television, and what he grew with that company is nothing short of amazing, and it needs to be recognized for the achievement that he did it, and that he did it online and all of that. Where he's gone since then, you know, it's garbage. But given the choice between him and Biden, what's there to lose by having Cenk do it? You've got a fiery Turk that if he actually puts his former principles at the forefront, you know, it'll be fun to see what happens. Might not be. Might be a complete disaster.
You mentioned that he's a Turk. You mentioned he's a Turk. I mean, the fact that fact alone automatically disqualifies him, because the American Constitution says you have to be born. You have to be born as a naturalized citizen, in order to run for president. Now there was an argument, I understand, with regard to Ted Cruz, because he was born in Canada. And that argument was, I think it was because his mother was an American citizen, that he would qualify.
Oh, they're doing football rules.
But
international football rules. Yeah.
Cenk Uygur does not qualify under those regards at all. I mean, he was born in Turkey. He emigrated to the United States at the age of 8.
Yeah.
Now, again, he thinks he could challenge that in the Supreme Court. He thinks the Trump Supreme Court, the one packed with conservative justices, is going to allow a brown-skinned Turkish man to stand for president.
Well, if it was in any way a chance of it legitimately disrupting Biden, maybe they might do. But then it's the chance that it might open the floodgates. But I'm talking purely bollocks hypothetical here. Let's just say we live in a world where he goes through with it and he becomes a legitimate threat, and then the Supreme. So this is, you know, hey man, you're like not born here, so you can't really register. Blah blah blah. They'll be like, well, actually, this guy has a legitimate chance to help us get Trump elected by siphoning votes. Again, dream world here, bollocks. I wouldn't put it. I'm just saying, I wouldn't put it past the judges. I'm just talking about the judges to tactically be like, yeah, we'll let this one slide.
Yeah, but again, he would have absolutely no support at all within the Democrats.
Absolutely.
I mean, they withdrew support from him with regard to his congressional elections when he was run for the
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders was the big one. You know, he withdrew support, and you know, I can understand why, because you know, Cenk Uygur's history online is something that would be more appealing towards the Republicans. You know, the party that was happy to accept Donald Trump despite the fact he was on tape talking about grabbing women by the pussy and other such matters.
Yeah.
Again, this is nowhere near
at men getting raped. And,
this is nowhere near this is nowhere near a comprehensive list that I've got of stuff that I guarantee, if Cenk was to run, this would be brought up the first debate. And with regard to the DNC, it would kill his campaign dead. So, Young Turks 2007, Cenk repeatedly uses the N-word while laughing about it. This was during a segment following the leaked recording of Dog the Bounty Hunter using racial slurs. TYT at one point actually did have a policy where they would use the N-word uncensored on air, regardless of context, because they said it was to mock racists, and they did this up until they received like a massive backlash from black activist groups.
What year was that when they did that one?
2007.
Oh, so still the same year, right? Sorry.
So TYT 2013. Schenk did a segment ranking women on a scale of 1 to 10 on how likely men would be to let them perform oral sex on them. Also that same year, he body-shamed a model on a magazine cover. He called her obviously anorexic and compared her to a concentration camp survivor.
Fuck hell.
TYT in 2014. Schenk mocks a man who was raped by his female ex-spouse.
Yeah.
He proclaims the female rapist a hero and says she deserves a medal. Then the details emerged that the victim had been drugged. He was forced to consume alcohol in order to make him give in to having unnatural sex. She had violated him anally, amongst many other acts. And whenever he tried to resist it, she would physically assault him. TYT set the clip to private, went silent on the matter. Schenk said absolutely nothing. He wouldn't speak about it when people called him out on it. Eventually, I think it was Anna Kasparian who put her head up above the parapet and issued an apology on behalf of the network.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Thank you very much, Daniel Vance. More sleepy faces to come.
TYT 2015, Schenk gives a platform to the KKK leader David Duke, who goes on to explain how Jews control everything. Now, I know some people have defended that, saying that, he was mocking Duke during that entire interview. But again, you don't need to give a fucking platform to a KKK leader.
Exactly.
I mean, we could mock Nick Griffin or Nigel Farage. It doesn't mean we have to bring them on this show. Same with Tim Pool.
Yeah.
TYT 2016. Schenk defends the Harvard University men's soccer team for ranking the sexual appeal of female students on a scale of 1 to 10 on a widely shared scouting report.
Yeah.
This included a list of sexual acts they think female students would perform. Schenk didn't think the list was the problem, just the fact that it was available to view publicly.
Yeah. I remember that.
2017, Schenk has to apologize when some of his old blogs resurface, including where he spouts some really incel-sounding shit because he doesn't think he's having sex with as many women as he should, and he thinks that women are inferior creatures. 2018, a former TYT employee files a racial discrimination lawsuit where he names Schenk. Andrew Jones claims that he was held to a different standard than white journalists during his 6 months at TYT. He also claims that complaints raised to Schenk were not only ignored, but it was implied that his complaints about his supervisor were a fireable offense in and of themselves. Oh, this is one that I think as well would really go over well with Democratic voters. 2019 on TYT, Schenk outlines his personal position as being anti-union and is himself a union buster.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one. I know about that one. Thank you, by the way, Daniel Vance.
Yeah, he put intense pressure on staff at TYT not to unionize, stating that a union did not belong at a small news outlet like TYT and claimed they would have hindered the growth of the company. Schenk has repeatedly refused to recognize the TYT union, which affiliated itself with the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE, and insisted that it should be up to managers on whether they recognize a labor union. Schenk also blamed IATSE for his failure to win the congressional nomination, accusing them of sabotaging his campaign. The IATSE were in talks with TYT workers with regard to unionization 4 months before Schenk ever announced a congressional bid.
Exactly, yeah.
And of course, this year, TYT had gay, trans, and non-binary employees quit over the transphobia regularly spouted on air and posted to social media by both Schenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian.
Yep, and his current view, I think it's on his website as well, that he doesn't want to use trans language that would alienate Democrat voters.
I mean, he in that debate with Hassan, which I think was the equivalent of, I think, every conversation that unfortunately anyone under the age of 40 has had to have with a right-wing relative.
Yeah, the one at the Christmas dinner or whatever. Yeah,
he called trans people weird.
Yeah.
So,
he had a debate with David Pakman regarding Biden not being able to win the next primary. I think he was also, come to think of it, I think he was saying all of this shit because obviously he had plans to run.
Yeah, it's just not, It's just sad how the mighty have fallen and always been a piece of shit. But yeah, okay. So moving on from unless anyone else has anything.
I think Gary had some.
Yeah, I think Gary was about to say something.
Yeah, guys, go ahead. I always ask anyway before I move on.
I was going to say is just like, I mean, like, I'm going to actually ask this. Let's say he does run. Let's say, how many votes would you say he accumulates? Just put it like a ballpark figure.
What, for the DNC primary?
Yeah.
As like a percentage?
Yeah.
0.2.
Yeah, I'm going to say maybe gets about 2% of the primary.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Do you know what? I'm gonna be terrible. I'm gonna say 10.
10%. Okay.
Yeah.
That's your opinion.
That's being generous, but again,
that's very generous. It's wonderful. I love your positivity.
Unlike
Gary, that's massive.
Doesn't matter. We're working on fantasies here. You know, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, there's zero chance he actually does it. I mean,
it's coming in very late in the game as well, Gary.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. There's very little chance he actually does it. I just think this is a late flaming trying to get some clicks and views and shit.
Let's put it this way: if Schenk actually does have any kind of a credible run at the presidency, I will move to America for the 2028 election. I will draw a smiley face on my right bollock, and I will have that nominated as president.
I'd vote for that.
Call it Ballsack Sanders.
Yeah.
Pat Cadell.
Smiley for sure.
Okay, so moving on, we're going to talk about everyone's favorite subject here. We're going to talk wrestling.
I'm hot as hell right now, and I need to go on a rage tweet. Damn it! I've been waiting for 2.5 hours. I'm Tony Khan. Damn it!
Sorry, Jose. Sorry.
Yeah, you're in the right time zone to wait 2.5 hours, though, mate. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
indeed.
Waiting the thing. Zam, how you doing? You want to stay on?
Yeah, he looks like he's going to pass out.
No, I do want to talk about some lighter subjects as well. So,
cool.
You know, I want to go and pass out, but I want to talk about these things too.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the next couple of topics I have coming up, there's 4 things on wrestling. One of those are the Iron Claw thing, and Star Trek Prodigy moving to Netflix, and Daredevil on the film and TV category. But right now, we're gonna go with WWE versus NXT Wrestleheads.
The Tuesday night tussle.
The Tuesday night tussle.
People called it NXT Mania.
more like the Tuesday night bitch slap. Like Triple H and Shawn were like, "Oh yeah, Tony, you talking all this shit? Come here, motherfucker!" Bam, and then Tony's all like, "Yeah, I lost by 300,000 viewers, but NXT only got 900,000. Bitch, shut the fuck up, Tony."
Let's set the stage for this. So, NXT is on Tuesday nights in the USA Network. AEW Dynamite is typically on a Wednesday night. I believe there was a conflict in the schedule. What was it, the NBA playoffs?
No, it was, NBA preseason just started.
Okay, well, there was a basketball game of some kind, and that took precedent on Wednesday night. So NXT moved to Tuesday for a special Title Tuesday edition of Dynamite. Now, this is the first time that they have gone head-to-head in over a year. It used to be that both shows were on Wednesday night. Dynamite used to regularly beat NXT in the ratings.
Mm-hmm.
NXT eventually did move to Tuesday nights because USA Network got Wednesday Night Hockey. So there was a lot of talk about what each company was going to do. Both of them appeared to be stacking the cards to try and outdo the other. With WWE bringing in some really top-name main roster stars and legends to appear on NXT, whereas Dynamite was focused on, the 2 title matches. They had the first match in AEW of Adam Copeland, and they had the number one contenders match between Swerve Strickland and Bryan Danielson, and they had a few other matches too. So there was a lot of curiosity about what happened, and we found out. So, Jose, if you want to take it from there.
And then, so the ratings come out. And then the ratings come out. And then Tony Khan proceeds to go like, oh, okay, you know, I'm sorry to John Cena and The Undertaker and others, but WWE couldn't draw 1 million viewers either. Bitch, you only got 600,000 viewers. That is nothing to brag about. 600,000, good job.
The official ratings were, so for Tuesday night, AEW Dynamite got 609,000 viewers and a 0.26 rating in the 18 to 49 demographic.
Okay.
NXT got 921,000 viewers and a 0.3 rating in the 18 to 49 demographic.
Okay, so he is sitting here crying about like how John Cena and The Undertaker couldn't draw like 1 million. Like this is like, you know, when you're a kid and you play like, let's say Street Fighter, and it's the best of 3. You win one round, but get your ass kicked, and you get not only do you get your ass kicked, but on one of the rounds, you just get straight up massacred. Like you don't even get a hit in. And Tony Khan is equating that to like, well, I got some good hits in though. Yeah,
Jose, I think personally, I think Tony Khan went the wrong way about it.
Same.
He should have said, you know, I feel honored that the WWE felt that they needed to get in John Cena, The Undertaker, and all these other big stars to go up against us, this little company. You know, I'm very happy that they did that because they obviously feel that we are a threat, and this was them trying to come to terms with that threat by bringing in as many big names as possible. That would have been the smart way to do it.
Yes,
but no.
Spot on, Zam. I'm jumping back.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Because instead, what he does, and here's Tony Khan's biggest criticism, and I can't believe I'm going to say this. I agree with Eric Bischoff. I think Tony Khan's biggest thing is he cannot accept criticism. He just can't. He's too thin-skinned. And if you're that thin-skinned, then should you really be running the day-to-day operations? If you can't handle one loss, if you can't handle getting your ass kicked one time, you got a problem with that?
Well, here's the thing. Tony Khan has...
Is there a difference between him and Vince?
Well, Tony Khan has actually spoken about his recent outbursts on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that it all stemmed from a year ago when his mother wound up in the Mayo Clinic after she'd suffered a stroke. Now, apparently, according to Tony Khan, and this is something he's also said before now too, WWE reportedly were engaged in contract tampering. They were contacting wrestlers on his roster and asking him to breach his contract. So there's a lot of people who on social media who have jumped on things like, for example, William Regal, because Regal left around about that time. Now, that's not the case. Regal is not one of the people who was tapped by WWE contract interference. Both Regal and Khan have addressed this previously. It was a case of Regal he initially had told Tony once he found out his mother was in the hospital, look, you know, don't bother dealing with me, just take care of your family.
Mm-hmm.
Regal had contacted Tony Khan, and he asked that when his deal was due to come up for the second year, he was asking that AEW didn't renew it because he wanted to go back to WWE to work with his son, Bailey, who is Charlie Dempster.
Okay.
So that's the story that both Regal and Tony Khan have told. Tony Khan was more than happy to let Regal go because of the circumstances that he wanted to work with his son. He's no problem with that at all. So there are questions about which wrestlers WWE supposedly tried to contact for contract tampering.
And the one that I've heard from the AEW, the one I've heard from the AEW side is like they signed Keith Lee, like I think about like 12 days after Vince's mother passed. Like that was the counter argument I've seen people come up with. It's like, oh, you know, Keith Lee got signed by AEW. So. Yeah, he got fired. So I'm like, I don't see what the issue is because they let him go.
The rumor I heard was that MGF got flaming tapped, but I mean, I don't know if that's just internet rumor shit.
I think that's just a storyline because he still brings it up in AEW TV today. He's like, the bidding war of 2024. Yeah, he's still talking about it. I think it's just a power play by MJF to do the smart thing, and that is get the most money that you can get. And that's what you should do.
I'll be 1 minute. I'm just charging my car.
Okay, all good. But go ahead, Gaz.
I was going to say, the thing is that this is so short-sighted. The thing is that sometimes you lose a week's or a month's or a year's ratings, but it's about the people being intriguing your storylines or the product you're putting on to tune in week after week in the week. And the thing is, with Dynamite and the WWE, they aren't anymore because nobody cares. Because the thing is that because they're all about like flaming, like just like WWE hasn't been good in what 14 years, and that's me being nice about it. Probably a lot longer than that. And AEW's problem is that it keeps on having the same sort of matches over and over again, where everything makes sense and everything is over moves being done over and over again, and nothing hurts. Like there's nobody who gives out pain. There's nobody that like. The thing is with wrestling, there needs to be the guy that you're afraid of. Who in AEW are you afraid of?
Wardlow,
Powerhouse Hobbs. I'd be scared of Powerhouse Hobbs.
But they're on Collision. They're on Collision. They're not on Dynamite. They're not on the.
But you said AEW, and you said who would we be afraid of? We're naming the dudes that we would be afraid of.
And Wardlow has been on Dynamite for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, Wardlow and Powerhouse Hobbs would be the two dudes that could legit whoop your ass and make you scream like a girl.
Well, I don't want to get into a promo confrontation with Christian either. You know what I mean?
I know because he'll be like, "Your daddy, yeah, your daddy dead, motherfucker."
My daddy is dead. So
yeah.
So yeah.
But with AEW, here's the problem. With AEW, it's like we've said this before. TV ratings don't mean what people think they mean. Nowadays, it's all about the online engagement. That's the audience that they're chasing. That's who they're going after. TV deals are nice because of advertisers and sponsors and people that you got to answer to, but it ain't everything. Nowadays,
the TVs like the wrestling because it's cheaper production.
Yep.
And decent revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why there's no issues of having it on there, because despite the low ratings that we see, they still get a good revenue stream out of it.
They're going to make money. But what Tony's problem is it's like, okay, he needs to be asking himself, what can I do to make AEW grow? And I don't know if any of us even have the answer to that, other than say you got to make it small before you can make it bigger. You got to focus more on storytelling and storyline presentation rather than matches and moves. And I think we could all agree with that.
Well lessen the amount of matches you have per week. Make it that people actually care about what's going on, and make it and declutter your roster. Make it that you have a like 8 guys for each division. Make it that guys can work, will come in with the right attitude, and you have that you got locked up for long-term deals, and that's the way you do it. And then you get them into
book better. I mean, the booking in AEW is fucking atrocious because it's run by a dickhead who doesn't know how to book.
And you always wonder too, where is this going? Like you always got to ask that question. You always have to ask the question, what's next? Where do we go from here? And that's what I've been trying to figure out with AEW since they started. I'm like, okay, where are you going? And they don't have an answer. It's like it's like late WCW where you didn't know what month it was on their show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
If you look at the comparison between, say, Dynamite and Collision when Punk was there, is that we were building towards some consistent feuds. Like, again, the whole big angle over there was going to be Punk and Ricky Starks, and it was going to be a longer feud and all this kind of stuff. And
also, everything on Collision made sense at that point. It wasn't insulting to watch as a fan.
And now you watch Collision and look at the fucking state of it.
I knew it was over the day.
Reverted back to Dynamite bollocks.
I called it the day we saw the Young Bucks when we watched it live. I said it's over, and there it is.
Yeah,
there's been a few bright spots. I mean, I will say that. I mean, I was actually quite shocked to see Big Bill and Ricky Starks win the tag titles in a dominant fashion against FTR.
Yeah, and FTR.
And the thing is, I thought everyone speculated one of them must be injured, but apparently not.
Yeah, we don't know what the hell they're doing.
Uncle Dave is reporting that Cash Wheeler's not hurt.
It's Uncle Dave that forget it. I don't trust the fucking word
the understanding is that Cash Wheeler might have actually had a legitimate rib injury, and that's why they took him out of the match early.
Mabel's the third.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Next you're going to tell me Mabel's the third man in the NWO. I mean, like, oh my god.
Yeah, Meltzer I don't trust because Meltzer is also the first person that kind of shot down the CM Punk rumors to WWE, I was just like, okay, let's just wait for other
don't
people
believe
to confirm it.
in regard to the Punk thing. Don't believe anything until it actually happens.
Yeah,
that's
until
what
it
I'm
actually
saying.
shows up.
Yep.
Don't believe the goddamn thing.
I think they're doing this to throw you off. Like it's like, okay, we know Survivor Series is in Chicago next month.
Well, we can get back. We can get on to CM Punk later, but just with regard to the NXT and Dynamite shows head to head. So we've got a few more numbers here.
Okay.
So this was NXT's most watched episode since they went head to head with Dynamite.
Wow.
The only time that NXT ever had a higher rating than this, well, higher viewership number than this, were the first 2 weeks that it was on the air on the USA Network.
Okay.
Before Dynamite came onto the air on TBS.
Mm.
They were 7% up in viewers, 37% up in the key demographic.
Okay.
AEW was 24% down in their viewership, but they were only 5% down in their key demo. So they didn't do too badly there.
Yeah.
Both shows ran commercial free for the first 30 minutes and beyond. So NXT went to a picture-in-picture ad break in the 29th minute. Dynamite went a full 47 minutes before their first commercial break.
Wow.
Now that suggests that TBS were giving them a lot of slack and that they were viewing this as a ratings fight as well.
Yeah, because they don't usually do that.
Yeah. I mean, when you also look at the amount of commercial breaks for the two shows, Dynamite only had 2 full commercial breaks. And they ran 5 picture-in-picture breaks.
Okay.
NXT had 4 commercial break spots. 2 of them ran during the John Cena and Braun Breaker promo spot.
Wow.
Okay.
And that they still crushed Dynamite in that quarter, despite having 2 commercial breaks.
Yeah.
I mean, that video of Tony Storm, I don't know if anyone saw it, where Tony Storm is doing like the silent movie skit.
I didn't see that, no.
Yeah, well, that aired like on Dynamite, while on NXT, John Cena was heading to the ring. So yeah, I think
who are you gonna watch? Yeah,
yeah, I think I can understand why it crushed the other. So yeah, NXT had 4 commercial breaks and 3 picture-in-picture.
Okay.
Both shows had an overrun. NXT went 8 minutes past the hour, which involved the end of Carmelo Hayes versus Braun Breaker and the run-in from The Undertaker. Dynamite went almost up to the quarter hour for the conclusion of Adam Copeland against Luchasaurus and a massive brawl to end the show.
Okay. I'm just going to say I'm mad that Teddy Long didn't come out and book Braun Breaker one-on-one and with The Undertaker. That's the only thing I'm mad about.
So in the quarter hour ratings, Dynamite only had 1 moment above NXT in the 18-49 demo, which was the 3rd quarter hour. So that 3rd quarter hour contained the end of Chris Jericho against Powerhouse Hobbs, an Adam Cole and Roderick Strong vignette, and the start of Rey Fenix versus Orange Cassidy.
Okay.
NXT during that time, it was the pub brawl match, which was playing on through picture-in-picture, and a video package for Becky Lynch versus Laya Valkyria.
All right.
But on viewership alone, it was a complete shutout for NXT.
Yeah.
Every quarter hour, they dominated them on just viewership alone.
And if I'm Tony, instead of melting like an entitled child, I would just say, okay, it's a growing experience. You know, I'm proud of my team and I'm proud of my roster for the work that they delivered. And that was all he had to say.
Yeah.
But instead, you're taking shots at WWE like a child. And now here's where you fucked up. WWE, I don't know if you guys know, they looked at this as, oh, you want to start talking shit. Okay.
Yeah.
And the rumor
Triple H
is
taking it personally now.
and like Michael Jordan. And I took
Shawn
that
Michaels
personally.
Shawn Michaels, because again, Tony Khan took shots saying that
he's a bald asshole. Yeah.
No. Well, no, it was more of the shots about how Tony's the reason that Shawn Michaels will not win Booker of the Year.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Let's just say this. If Raw moves and they go head to head with your show, you're going to be fucked.
It's game over.
Yeah, because here in the United States, Raw is possibly moving off Monday nights. It's a possibility. It could happen. So, Tony, you need to shut the fuck up. And you need to deal with what you need to deal with. Fuck everybody else.
If Raw moves from Monday, which is a very high possibility,
it's over.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tony shoves a show in on Monday.
Yeah.
To take that spot.
He'll still get his ass. He'll still get his ass kicked by football, but yeah.
Yeah.
Which
is go on, guys.
I was going to say, but this is the thing with Tony that I can't stand about him, is that he's so small-minded in his framing ideas. Instead of just going, this is where the story, this is the direction we're going, this is the stories we want to tell. Fuck what WWE does, because see, you can't be going by what WWE does. They do what they do, and they've been doing it for what 30 years.
60 years. WWE's got a 60-year head start almost.
Yeah, you'd be going for what 3 years, nearly 4.
Yeah,
4 years.
Yeah, and you've got a viewership that what you need to think of is how do we grow it? How do we make it that it doubles every year? And your viewership's been shrinking. Do you know why? Because once people have seen every move that your guy does, it's not interesting anymore. You've got to be interested in why are they doing that move.
Yeah, and you can only watch so many 30-minute classics. You can only watch that shit for so long before you're tired of it.
He throws so much stuff in there that it just kind of loses any hint of it being special. And secondly, it's not just viewership on TV. Even stadium numbers are down. Bookings, ticket sales, for fuck's sake. There you go. I've got the ticket sales.
Yeah,
are down as well. Hang on 1 second. It's very interesting to hear you talking about a wrestling match not between wrestlers but IPOs. That they have you right where they want you.
Yeah, they've got us talking about it. I mean, they're getting what they want. They're getting press.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to come in. I was first of all, as like the voyeur viewer now of wrestling, the idea of WWE no longer Monday Night Raw no longer being on Monday nights, it just sounds absolutely
weird,
crazy to me.
Yep.
Yeah, like. And if they do that, then Tony Khan will be loving it because people expect wrestling on Monday nights. And if he does take that slot, then I'm sure people who expect wrestling on Monday nights will happily watch his show. I personally think that this would backfire on the WWE if they no longer have Monday Night Raw. That is their slot. I mean, it's a very cool slot to have. Entertainment on the Monday night after work and everything. It's a clever slot to have.
The thing is though, when you're consistently getting your ass kicked because of the gridiron, it should have made sense to them years ago to just take the hit and say, okay, we'll move to when gridiron isn't on.
And they should have done that in '98 when they were rolling. That was when they should have moved.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so now, because with revenues going down and all this kind of stuff, TV wants to maximize where they can get the revenue from. So if it means moving Raw off of, and this is Endeavor we're talking about here with the new deal with USA or whoever, moving it off of Monday to I think the rumor is for Tuesday or whatever, or Wednesday, then it does make sense to do so. I know it's an institution that it's been on Monday night,
but economically, it's the best business move they can make. Yeah.
Would it still be better than for Tony Khan, because there will be loads of fans out there of wrestling who don't give a shit about the NFL, and there'll be fans from all over the world who watch it live. If they do go live, is Dynamite a live show?
Yes, most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the only exceptions are when they do it from something like the Jericho Cruise.
Yeah.
But if they're willing to accept the fact that maybe they're only going to be the top dollar show for seven months in a year, because of the NFL, if they're willing to accept that, then it might not be too bad, in my opinion. It might be better for them.
Yeah, it might. I think what's going to happen is you might see a slight growth, but I think it'll eventually tap out. I think it'll eventually peter out. That's what's going to happen with AEW. You might see a little bit of a growth from maybe 600,000 to maybe 800,000, maybe the rare occasion you get 1 million, but that's their ceiling. I don't see them going any higher than that. That's just me.
By the way, we've got a comment from Twitch, funnily enough. Usually it's YouTube we get our stuff from, but from Twitch we have Diggs, but BTW7. What's up, G?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm old.
Word.
Ew, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So Raw might be moving. Raw might be moving off Mondays. It'll be intriguing to see. I don't think it's going to take effect until next year, so we got a while.
So what day would it be on then? If that's the case, it would be Tuesday Night Raw.
They're thinking about it.
Sounds weird.
It's either going to go Tuesday or Wednesday. That's what they're open to.
If it goes Wednesday, then WWE, then AEW is fucked.
Because USA is not going to be retaining Monday Night Raw. They're keeping SmackDown and NXT in this new TV deal, but they're not keeping Monday Night Raw for some reason.
Well, excuse me. With regard to USA Network, just going back again to this Dynamite NXT show that we just had on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, NXT, in order to get that rating, they pulled out all the stops.
Yeah.
So let's look at the names that they called up from the main roster. They called up LA Knight, Asuka, Cody Rhodes, Paul Heyman, and they also called in John Cena and The Undertaker to all make one-night appearances in the brand and get people tuning in.
Yeah.
Now, Cody Rhodes was there. I think he was guest general manager for the night.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he also announced the return of the Dusty Classic.
Yep.
Paul Heyman and John Cena were involved in the main event, both in the corners of Braun Breaker and
Carmelo Hayes, respectively.
Yeah. Asuka took on Roxanne Perez. LA Knight refereed a match, and Undertaker came out and beat up Braun Breaker. Now,
and you have to consider, too, that's basically to us an average NXT episode with a Monday Night Raw filter, it seems like.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Do you think USA Network will be saying to WWE, okay, well, if this is what you can do when you're going head-to-head with another wrestling program, what are you going to do next week to try and maintain that number? Get us even closer to 900,000.
Oh.
Yeah. I was thinking that too with regard to NXT. Like, they can't keep doing what they've been doing every week. They can't keep having these big names.
Mm-mm.
This was just a fuck you to Nick Khan.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah.
And sorry, my bad. And when it comes to like the meat and potatoes of it, they need to obviously elevate the stars on the NXT.
Mm-hmm.
They can't keep bringing back legends, then it'll be it'll be an old people's home, you know.
TNA.
It's not that, but they'll be doing this. The tropes that Vince McMahon was famous for doing, like bringing back legends and shit all the fucking time. They can't. This is something WWE doesn't want to be doing on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Cena's he's only there because the SAG-AFTRA strike.
The second it ends, it's over. He's going right back.
He outright said that he will not be in WWE once the SAG-AFTRA strike ends.
Yeah, so this is his last full-time run too that he's ever going to have.
It was also perfect as well for the WWE, but it gave them a chance to give Roman Reigns a holiday because he's obviously off television for a while. Yeah. And I think him being champion, he needs that holiday. So everything worked out for the WWE.
He's a part-timer now.
He's a part-timer now. He comes in when he needs to. Yeah. Because
he's the champion.
Doesn't
matter.
But
they're going the old. Yeah, they're going the old school route. Like we're bringing him in when we need him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually helps out.
Okay.
Yeah, they're using them right. I mean, every time Reigns comes in, it's got a big match feel to it.
Yeah.
No, but I just thought like the day in day out stuff, of him cutting promos and stuff like that.
They don't need him because they got Solo Sikoa, they got Jimmy Uso, and they got Paul Heyman.
Yeah. They've got the bloodline that are doing the rest of that work for him, essentially.
I just didn't think he was he was there yet to be somebody who could just come in now and again. I thought he's
at that level, bro.
He's there, mate.
He's there,
he's at that level.
I know he's at that level, but John Cena was at that level, and he was in day out for a long time before he became a Hollywood guy. I just thought I still think there was more time for Roman Reigns to be day in day out before he becomes like Cena and Lesnar and Taker and all these other fuckers.
I didn't. I saw Roman getting in and out real quick. That's what she said. I saw that happen, and I'm like, yeah, Roman's not going to be a full-time guy for like 10 years like Cena was.
Besides, just look at what happened with The Rock. I mean, The Rock debuted in 97.
7 years, and that was it. Yeah.
No, not even that. I mean, he was, full-time with WWE until, 2002?
Yeah,
Yeah.
2002. Yep. So not even
Yeah,
that.
that's crazy. Yeah.
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 Whereas Roman's over a decade since his debut on the main roster.
Yeah, Roman's been in 10 years. He's like, all right,
10
man,
years.
I earned my time.
2013. Yeah,
Yeah,
2013
he's like,
they came in.
Yeah,
he's
but
like,
regarding the Rock, Hollywood came calling pretty early in his career.
Yeah.
So obviously he's going to take it. That's not necessarily the same thing for Cena and Roman Reigns. They wrestled for a long time. Oh, Cena especially, he wrestled for a long time. I just don't see like there's a Hollywood thing going on for Roman Reigns. I know he's been in a couple of films and all of that, but he's done fuck all still in Hollywood. I just thought wrestling would still be his meat and potatoes.
No, I don't think he's going to be there, but it's not like he ever has to fucking work again.
Yeah, Cena's set for the rest of. Cena's set for the
No,
Roman.
we're talking about Roman Reigns.
Roman is set for the rest of his days. Yeah, he's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Roman has been enough of a draw that he does not need to wrestle full time anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he'll hit Hollywood. Not that he wants to do movies, but I don't think he's going to be at the Cena or Rock level.
He won't.
No, I don't think so either. But you don't think that he should still be there just to cut promos and help build storylines or anything along those lines?
Oh, he doesn't need it.
No, no, because you've got there's so much talent on that roster. Like right now, like hot shit right now is LA Knight. Like he is absolute fucking hot shit at the moment. Like I said, with other members, like the thing that's going on between the Usos as well. You've got Cody Rhodes. You've got like Roman Reigns. You don't even need Roman Reigns. You know,
LA Knight versus Roman Reigns should be
like a big thing.
Should be WrestleMania 40. LA Knight versus Roman Reigns should be LA Knight versus Roman Reigns should be what they should be trying to achieve for WrestleMania 40.
Absolutely, but they're going to go with Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, but I agree with you. Yeah, it should be LA Knight.
By the way, the rumors are, if we could just switch gears here, is that CM Punk isn't coming back to WWE. I've been hearing.
Again, that's the case of never say never, I would say. I mean, it's been reported that WWE turned him down.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Again, it's not known if that's maybe something they've fed to the dirt sheets.
Yeah, because it came from Meltzer, and Meltzer these days is about as reliable as dog shit on a stick in a fucking marathon. So, but again, it's a case of never say never, and it could be a ruse.
Yeah, don't believe shit.
Regarding CM Punk, there was another report today, according to PW Insider, actually much more reliable source of news than Meltzer anyway. But they said that he and Ace Steel were both spotted in Orlando, Florida earlier today. He was seen at Universal's Halloween Horror Nights event. But it's been confirmed that he was not at the Performance Center.
He's there for some like MMA commentating gig.
Yeah, he's there to do commentary for CFFC, which will be taking place later on this evening.
Yeah.
So
with Punk coming back, here's how you know if he's not coming back by Royal Rumble time, he ain't coming back. That's what I believe.
Just
quick, not coming back within the year anyway.
The Dynamite NXT show. Overall, what was everybody's thoughts on the programs?
I haven't had a chance to watch them this.
Me neither. I've been too busy.
Yeah.
I have not too. I saw NXT. I thought it was actually a good show. I thought NXT for a developmental brand was pretty decent, but it makes you wonder how you're going to top it next week. How are you going to keep that audience? How are you going to grow that audience? Like
I haven't seen
the double blow quick.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the Dragunov versus Carmelo Hayes match, which everyone tells me is really good.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts, Shredder?
Out of the two shows, NXT was probably the better show overall. But if I was to compare the two, I would say there were some standout matches in AEW. Swerve Strickland versus Bryan Danielson absolutely was a standout match. Jay White versus Adam Page was a really good match. It was interesting watching Chris Jericho get squashed by Powerhouse Hobbs.
Yeah,
I heard he got injured.
That's been reported.
That match. Yeah.
I enjoyed seeing Wardlow come back and doing another squash. By the way, I've noticed as well, past 2 weeks when he's been coming out, when Wardlow has been coming out to the ring, he's had the letters MJF written on his left wrist.
Ah.
Yeah, so they're building towards the feud with MJF.
Yeah, so that'll be an interesting one to see. Dynamite was not bad. Dynamite was not bad. Probably had a couple of better matches, but in terms of an overall wrestling show, NXT was the best of the night.
Yep.
Okay.
And you want to know the best thing into our next segue? Because now I get to gloat.
By the way, regarding CM Punk, some people were making the argument saying that he would come back because of little hints here and there, like Nakamura doing the GTS and shit like that. So I don't know how you guys pick up on that.
Just don't believe anything until it happens.
Oh,
yeah, until I don't care either way.
Nakamura using the GTS?
Yeah, Nakamura used the GTS.
He did.
He did it to
the
Cody
GTS. He did it to Cody Rhodes on the ring entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't believe shit.
Yeah, coming down the aisle.
And I don't care either way if Punk comes back. If he does, he does. If he does, if he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But now I get to gloat because one of us won a bet. Oh yeah, that guy would be moi, because moi said that Vince McMahon would get forced out creatively, and yes, I was right. So I kind of got what I wanted, but I want Ginger's prediction to come.
So happy.
I want Vince to be forced out. We want him gone. Like, go away. I want that to still happen. I want Ginger to get what he wants too. I'm fucking praying and hoping.
I don't know what I want, about Vince fucking a camel.
It's not going to happen. You got to let that
it's
go.
It's not going to happen, mate. You got to let that go. You got to let that go, dude.
Mm-hmm.
The closest.
But the fact, this feels good. This feels good enough for me, Jose. Like, if he doesn't have any creative control, that's as good enough as being out, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy with it. I mean,
the best part though is the supposedly creative has now gone to Triple H.
Yeah, here's what's funny about that.
Bruce Pritchard was not involved.
But here's what's funny about that: the fact that Vince sold his company thinking like, "Oh, okay, I'm still in charge," and then Ari Emanuel pulled like the Spider-Man and looked at him like, "Hey, bitch, you ain't about to do shit." And then he could have pulled the Norman Osborn and went, "You know how much I sacrificed?" I would give anything to have been a fly on the wall in that meeting when they told him, creatively, you out. Like, you ain't running shit. You got your $9 billion. Go sit down somewhere.
I'm telling you now, they are slowly moving towards ousting him because Ari Emanuel even put him down and blamed him for the stock price crash.
Yep.
As well. So they're starting to dig the claws in now. They're starting to get ready. And I reckon, within the next couple of months, Vince is out. And
I'm going to go one step further. I'm going to say within like 2 years, the stress of him not working is going to be the thing that's going to kill him because he has to work to live. Like, that's always been Vince's thing. He can't take a day off. It's impossible.
What's McMahon doing in the Impact Zone?
Yeah.
But I definitely see. And once they get rid of that cancer, then they're good to go from there. Yep. At that point, it's just the fear of how the employees will be treated and the wrestlers will be treated under Endeavor because shit track record. But if they can oust Vince, that's one fantastic.
We win.
And plus, I'll be fucking right, which is always beautiful.
I know, and that's what I want. I'm like, I hope both of us are right because creatively, they force Vince out. I'm like, thank you, God. Now, I'm actually looking forward to WrestleMania season in the next coming months. I'm like, okay, now I can start watching WWE regularly again because now that Vince is out with Triple H, if we get another show like Clash of the Castle, man, I'm telling you.
This is it. Like, you can't have Vince cannot do that job. He's always sucked at it. I've always this is why I've never been a massive WWE fan. It's had its stretches where they've done things right. But overall, I've always preferred the competition, and it's because of Vince's creative. He just has the attention span of a 5-year-old, and so he'll drop things. And I'm like, it's the only product where the guy at the head of the creative can fuck around with something as much as he can and get away with it. If it was a TV show, that show would have been cancelled years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But the way Vince does it, it's just it just to the point where it just became unwatchable. Like, literally, unwatchable product. So seeing him getting ousted now, and with Triple H at the forefront, is fantastic, and maybe Shawn Michaels as well, doing more, and with some good set of producers that they already have, like Nick Aldis is there, and
tonight.
Will they listen to fans though? Will someone like Triple H listen to the fans? Because once the rivalry between other wrestling shows ended, and it was only WWE at the helm, like Vince McMahon stopped listening to the fans.
I have
he
one.
only did what he wanted to do. Like people were high on Damien Sandow and what's his face, but they never pushed those guys because WWE.
Zack Ryder's another one. Yeah.
They never because they never wanted to push them themselves. Now
here's my fear.
That was one of the,
I've got a prediction.
Yeah, go.
Sorry. All right. If he goes from WWE, I've got a prediction that Vince will be all elite in like.
Hell no. No.
He'll buy Impact. He'll buy Impact.
Yeah,
and ruin that company.
Yeah, he'll buy Impact and ruin them. Because Tony Khan will be. Tony
But
Khan
if
will
he
be
buys
like,
Impact, he won't have a TV channel because it's literally the company that owns Impact is why they're still on TV.
Yep.
Because they own the channels. It's
But here's
Sinclair
what-
Media or whoever.
Here's what's going to happen, I think, in regard to Triple H as a booker. Triple H will probably be like Kevin Sullivan in terms of being the guy that's going to push his favorites. That's the kind of booker I think Triple H is going to be. I think he's going to be that booker that's
different
going
to
to be
Vince McMahon then.
A little bit.
He's not different in that regard, but he just does it better.
And every booker pushes their favorites.
Always,
Let's be honest, that's been known throughout the history of wrestling. But when you look at
Orange Cassidy.
When you look at the shows where Triple H has pushed his favorites, my God, we've had some amazing ones. I mean, look at that Survivor Series where it was Raw versus SmackDown versus NXT.
Yeah, that was amazing.
What a show that was.
Yeah.
The show stealer arguably was NXT versus NXT, Adam Cole versus Pete Dunne for the NXT title.
Yeah, that was a great match. Yeah. I think what's going to happen, and I know people are going to get all pissy-fied, they're going to be like, it's gonna be WWE, like it's gonna be an indie WWE with the WWE banner. No shit. That's what wrestling has gotten to. It's gonna be matches and moves and 30 minutes.
My question remains: will he be willing to listen to the fans? Because it wasn't until the fans forced Daniel Bryan down their throats that they listened to the fans, but they had no fucking choice. Will they not have to be forced to listen to the fans and just generally pick up on reactions like they did with LA Knight? In a way, I would say LA Knight is actually WWE listening to the fans, in my opinion.
Let's put it this way. They wanted to bury LA Knight once Vince came back.
Yep.
But they just can't because he's a merch shifter. He's shifting merch. So they don't want to make the same fucking mistake. And with Vince gone, Triple H will have no problem listening to the fans as long as he gets to push his guys as well.
Yeah,
he will push ones at fan because it's not just Triple H. Triple H is creative control, but he's not the boss. Okay, and the boss are the majority shareholders. So if they're saying, "Listen, they're cheering for the janitor's fucking money, and he's pulling in the merch sales and all that," you're pushing the fucking janitor, whether you like him or not. I'm just giving you an example there.
Right.
So that's how it's going to be working going forward. It's not going to be about Vince's ego anymore and who he wants as the top.
Yeah, but Vince had shareholders to listen to, and he didn't give a fuck about the fans.
Yeah, but he was still the majority shareholder.
He was still majority owner. He could do whatever he wanted.
You know?
Here, I think
to the point where they pushed him out of creative control.
Yeah,
that's here they have the decision to say you are no longer in charge of creative.
I think the negative is going to be that you're going to see long ass boring matches like you do sometimes in AEW. I think that's going to be the drawback because what I've noticed with Triple H's style when he books, he tends to book a wrestling show, but it's just long, drawn out fucking matches. And I'm like, that's my fear. I'm like, I don't want to see that happen. I don't mind them doing.
Depends on who's fighting, but
I don't mind them doing maybe one long match a week. But if you segue the entire show like that, then people are going to tune out real quick.
Yeah, the one thing I don't want is I want to see both companies get rid of where they do it a lot to the point where I'm fucking sick of it. I've hated it even before even before AEW existed. Is kicking out, the constant like near pinfalls.
Mm-hmm.
That
AEW,
yeah, you know, both the
Both
Triple
of them
H
do it.
Triple H does it a lot, and AEW does it a lot, and I that needs to go.
Yeah, finishers need to. We're going to go back to protecting finishers.
Finisher.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to protecting finishers where you kick out of a finisher maybe once, and then it's like, holy shit! When he finally kicks out, it means something.
Like if I was Tony Khan, if I was Tony Khan, the first thing I would have done is gone up to the fucking Young Bucks and say, "You are not doing a fucking super kick unless it's a finisher."
Mm-hmm.
Because if you took a super kick in real life, you're fucking done. You are out cold with a possibility of a broken jaw and maybe a broken vertebrae in your neck on a snapback.
Yep.
Okay, because we've seen this shit happen. And one thing I loathe about those two cunts is they've made a mockery of the super kick.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I would say
Shawn Michaels hits the super kick once, match is over, unless it's somebody like The Undertaker.
Yeah.
Lance Storm hits the super kick once, match is over.
Exactly.
Young Bucks
hit it 500 times, and it's still not over.
Exactly. You know, the guy's not even, out.
Me. Yeah. They made a mockery of it. They ruined the fucking super kick, and it pisses me off.
You know what I'm taking away, and this is going to piss off people? I'm taking away the Canadian Destroyer. I am.
Yeah, I was.
No way. I love that move.
It looks nice, but it's a bollocks move.
I'm taking it away because anybody could do it now. It's not special anymore.
After
that's the case, then I mean,
yeah.
I mean, when I first saw Pete Williams do Canadian Destroyer, I thought, holy fuck, that move is a license to print money. That's an awesome looking finishing move. Then when you see it, done by
Bad Bunny,
Ricky Morton, for fuck's sake.
Huh?
I've seen Ricky Morton do the goddamn Canadian Destroyer.
Yeah, Ricky Morton hit it one time. He did it. I was like, what?
I think by that point, you get to the stage like, okay, this move's not special anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Look, what I want to see also maybe now and again, just the odd surprise is somebody's secondary move being good enough to actually get a free count.
Yeah.
It would be nice now and again, because you see them all with the false finish. They do, Matt Hardy with the side effect, and then like 1, 2, and and it's like always a 2 with that move. I would like him maybe to get a 3 with it. Just once in his fucking life.
Rock would occasionally get
a spine buster,
the spine buster, or the rock bottom, or things like that.
Well, the rock bottom is a finisher like the people's elbow, but if you did the spine buster and got a 3, that would be pretty cool. Sometimes like some people's, like for instance, I'm not sure. I think with Batista, the spear was a secondary move; it wasn't a finisher. While someone like Edge or Goldberg, it would be a finisher.
Yeah.
Like I would like some of these second tier moves to get 3 counts as well, not just the finishing move. Like that way they can save a finishing move for a main event as well, so it gets more of a pop.
And another thing I'm doing, I'm abandoning 20-minute promos. Those are gone forever. We don't need 20-minute promos anymore.
God, yes.
Yeah, those have to go. They have to go. Just come out, hit me with the points of the plot. Let's wrap it up in 5 minutes. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, with regard to the secondary moves, though, I mean, it's very rare that they ever win a match. One time I can think of where I've actually seen it was Rob Van Dam pinned Sting with a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, he did. I think that was actually his debut night, if I remember right.
It was a debut night in TNA.
Yeah,
but
I remember that.
It didn't really go over well, and the segment finished with Sting beating Rob Van Dam up for like 5 straight minutes with a baseball bat.
Yep.
I can understand. I mean, but if things start to change a little bit and secondary moves, people got more used to the fact that they can actually get a win. So if it happened more often, in the future, then people could see that when that move is done, that you can get a pin from it. It's not just there for a fucking 2 count, because those it's just so generic that you're only going to get a 2 count out of a secondary move. It'd be nice to see some wins from it now and again.
And then I got a small critique, but this is a Michael Cole critique. Whenever I notice on commentary, like whenever someone rolls him up, if it's a good guy or a bad guy, he says, "Oh, he's going to steal one." It's a fucking roll up. Unless he's hooking the tights, how is he stealing the win? I know it's a small critique. I know it doesn't make sense to people. My brain works this way.
Because it's a quick, fast move that can, like, especially if the guy's been beaten on the guy.
But if he's not hooking the tights, though, how is he stealing the win? Like, that's what I don't understand. It's a commentary critique.
He's going for the win. He's not stealing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's a commentary.
Your legs up against the rope, or you pull up someone's tights.
Tights, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Before I go, I really want to talk about Iron Claw, and then I'm going to get the fuck out of it. So if someone put the trailer
ready,
so
I'll put the trailer up. Iron Claw. Oh, fuck's sake! I hope if I click the bloody right thing. Rabble. Right, here we go.
Ever since I was a child, people said my family was cursed. Mom tried to protect us with God. Pop tried to protect us with wrestling. He said if we were the toughest, the strongest, nothing could ever hurt us. I believed him. We all did.
Morning. You might want to hit the mute button.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, fucking music.
So yeah, we can't listen to it, but we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be about the Von Erich brothers. It'll be a tearjerker.
I'm curious.
You've got some proper actors in this as well, by the way, dude.
Yeah, but I'm curious how tastefully they're going to handle the actual real life tragedies of the Von Erich boys.
Yeah. Like, are they going to go with it, or are they going to do cutaways? That's what makes you wonder.
Well, not just that.
Oh,
you know, like,
they didn't give everything away.
How tastefully are they going to handle it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to do the PG version, or are we going to do the version where the Von Erich boys turn bad at the Sportatorium? Because that's something that no one talks about. And then go from there.
And the drugs and everything, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and how fucked up they were outside of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And will we see the birds? I bet we will. You can't tell the story without the birds.
Well, they got Jimmy Allen White in it, who
and they did show the three birds in the ring as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
so they got the birds. Yeah.
You got Ric Flair in this as well.
They got Jimmy Allen White who plays Kerry Von Erich, the Texas Tornado, and that guy is in the series The Bear, which I've been watching.
Yeah,
and Zac Efron as well, by the way. Like,
okay, so I'll watch this because okay.
Who's that?
He's no longer
the older
young.
one, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm happy for him because he's actually a decent actor. But he's always been labeled the pretty boy, but he must be like knocking on 40 now. So yeah. He played Ted Bundy, man. He was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah. Sorry about muting it, guys, but Jose had a point.
Yeah, with copyright, we don't.
Again, I don't know how much they're going to show of like how messed up Kerry was, for example, on drugs. I mean, there's been the stories told where he went into the locker room one day and just asked, "Has anybody seen my dog?" And he hadn't even brought his dog with him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like the Von Erich, like it's such a fucked up tragedy that and the problem with a lot of biopics is that a lot of them pull their punches or kind of mute things to make it a bit more palatable and things like that, and they really shouldn't with any of them.
I mean, I wonder if as well if they're going to show the fact that Fritz used to fake having heart attacks because after he had one legitimately and came back from it, the crowds, the attendance went up.
Yeah, and then WCCW, I think, did the heart attack angle, and then they were like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Well, that's the thing. Fritz used to constantly.
He would do the Red Fox.
He would feign that he was having heart problems, and to try and boost the houses.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they'll be tackling that.
Oh,
all right, Sam, you can go.
No. Just saying, I'm kind of fascinated to see this particular story to be given such a serious Hollywood treatment. Like it's not like a it's not. It doesn't feel like a low budget film, or something that you'll see on the Hallmark Channel or some shit like that.
Did it say it was from A24 Studios? Let me see.
It did, yeah. BBC Films.
Yeah,
BBC Films.
It's got a high chance of being actually a very good biopic, even if they do pull punches. Because A24 are like the shiz, man. They're what Fox were.
Yeah.
They're brilliant.
I mean, as I said, that the Von Erich story is just so like trending. But as I said, the thing that I am looking forward to is like, are the guys going to be good enough to do the wrestling? Because the thing is that I don't know how long they've been doing wrestling training for.
Quite a while. They've been doing, like, you've seen pictures with Zac Efron training and while he was jacking up and all of that. Yep. And there was commentary. I can't remember who fucking trained them, but the comments were like, his dedication was just ridiculous. Like, he could just turn pro if he wanted to. Pro, like,
pro wrestler.
Yeah.
And in a way, you want to see actual actors do this, not wrestlers, acting as well. This is actually makes it more.
When he did the wrestler,
yeah, him with Mickey Rourke, yeah. Like, I mean, you would. I have no problem with your wrestler hero there. Oh, I've only seen that film once, and I liked it, but it was so tragic. I couldn't bear myself to go through it again. You know what I mean? Because it's such an unhappy tale. But I really like that film. But I won't watch it a second time because it's just so sad. Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah. All right then, fellas. I'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
Catch you later, mate.
Bye.
So yeah. Okay, I won't talk Star Trek then because I don't really have the major Trekkies here. Okay, carry on talking about the wrestling for a bit before I move on to the two. I've only got two more subjects anyway.
Well, there's a recent story. This is actually stemming from Tuesday night. There was a segment on AEW Dynamite. Now, I don't know if you guys have been watching the feud between MJF and Bullet Club Gold.
No.
Jay White stole the AEW World Title belt from MJF. He's challenging him for the title. MJF is basically outnumbered because Adam Cole is out with a legitimate injury. His ankle's broken in 2 places. He requires surgery on that.
Yeah.
But the promo this week on Dynamite had Juice Robinson promising to win the Dynamite Diamond Battle Royal next week. So that diamond ring that MJF has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're doing a Battle Royal again for the Dynamite Diamond Ring Battle Royal. 12 men entering. One of them is going to be Juice Robinson, and he said he's got a little present for MJF, and he has a roll of he had a roll of quarters with MJF's name written on it. And this was and the commentary team, outlined exactly what this was about. It was about the story that MJF has previously told about how other kids at school used to throw quarters at him and tell him, "Pick him up, Jew boy."
Yeah.
They better not do that fucking storyline. That's
kind of what they did a little bit. They kind of
Well, the promo again, Juice Robinson, says he's got a roll of quarters with his name on it, and he's going to use it to knock his teeth out of his throat. MJF snapped and said, "You come anywhere near me with that roll of quarters, and I will fucking kill you." Now, this has been picked up by this has actually been picked up, unfortunately, because of what's going on with Israel Palestine.
Yeah.
A lot of people call it out as anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
There's a candidate for the Duval School Board District 7 in Jacksonville called Travis Ackers. He had quote tweeted TMZ, and he has also been tweeting at Tony Khan about the angle, which he said was laden with anti-Semitism. So his quote tweet where he quoted TMZ, he said, "We were watching AEW when this happened live last night. It was tasteless and a horrible decision by Tony Khan to pursue an angle woven with anti-Semitism. We changed the channel. AEW lost me as a fan with this one, which sucks because I really enjoyed the product." Now, Tony Khan actually DM'd this person. he got in touch and he said, I got the point that you didn't like the angle on the second tweet, Travis. Message was received hours ago. I don't think quoting TMZ is doing much good. Now, Travis Ackers responded to Tony Khan. He said, how often do you slide into a fan's DMs to mock a legitimate critique? I love AEW. In my opinion, you have the greatest roster in the entire industry. I've been to over a dozen AEW shows, have a couple of friends in the company, and have promoted your brand extensively. If I can recommend anything, it would be to not just acknowledge our legitimate concern, but address it head on, non-kayfabe, on next week's Dynamite.
Trust fund kid, mate. You know, trust fund kids, they're not going to take the criticism. Now,
Tony Khan did reply to that, and he said, I know exactly who you are in Jacksonville. That's why I reached out. So I'll be curious to see if there maybe is something addressed about it.
Guaranteed this is winning the worst promotional tactic of the entire year.
You switch it from a roller quarters to a fucking brass knuckle.
Yeah.
You know,
that's the thing. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's not uncommon, you know, for somebody to use a roll of quarters to punch somebody in the mouth with. It used to be a great tactic in old school wrestling. You punch somebody with a roll of quarters, you know, the quarters go flying everywhere.
Yeah, they're out. Yep.
You've got a month worth of angles out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whereas,
but given the history behind it with MJF in particular, just all you got to do to rectify it is just have who's the one that's threatening to knock somebody out.
It's Juice Robinson.
Juice Robinson. So all you've got to say is just go, you know what? A roller course just simply isn't satisfying for me. Forget that. I'm going for the brass knuckles across your teeth. You know, it's just a simple transition to kind of ditch that storyline. But because even if MJF is okay with it, which I'm sure he is, because he's the one that loves to push the envelope more than anything, it's just, given the history, it's just bad. And given what's going on at the moment with Israel and Palestine, it's just bad optics, and they need to move on from it very quickly.
Yeah, I would just be like,
even if it was MJF's idea, it's a shit idea, because it's not just about you, MJF. It's about, you know, the mess, and not just that. With Juice Robinson, where can you ever redeem yourself if you've gone down the kind of anti-Semitic route? You know,
the first time MJF even referenced it. The first time MJF ever referenced it, if you recall, on AEW, was when he was the heel in the program against CM Punk.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, that's
and
right.
he came out and he delivered this heartfelt promo, and he was talking about his backstory, and you know the fact that Punk dismissed their meeting, when he said that actually meant that meeting meant the world to me. Because I'd been bullied at school by the rest of the football team, who threw quarters at me and said, "Pick them up, Jew boy."
Yeah.
You know.
If I'm AEW,
the whole point of that promo was to invoke sympathy for MJF, to the point where Punk, when he cut that promo, Punk first of all came out and said, "Is that true?" And then the next week he was prepared to basically drop everything. Said, "Look, Max, this has gone too far."
Yeah.
You know, so
if I'm Tony Khan, I'm just like, all right, our bad, we fucked up, and then you just carry on as like best you can. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Like, we fucked up, our bad, we're sorry, we're not doing that shit. And you just transition it to, okay, MJF, you're the champ, I'm kicking your ass. And that's the whole storyline right there. I got your belt, come get it, motherfucker.
Yeah. Just move on from it. Cool. Anything else on wrestling?
Good luck to Nick Aldis debuting tonight.
Where's he debuting?
SmackDown. He's going to be the new. He's going to be the new authority figure, supposedly.
Oh right, I thought he was going to wrestle.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be wrestling.
I don't think so. I think they're doing this. I think they're doing this brand split shit just to say, look, guys, we got an authority figure on Raw and SmackDown that mean absolutely nothing to anyone.
Hopefully it transitions into wrestling.
Well, one thing question I've got with regard to wrestling, Gary. Thanksgiving is coming up next month. Are you going to be Trish Stratus or Stacy Keibler in the Gravy Bowl?
Given his height, I'd say it's Stacy Keibler.
Yeah,
he's got the legs for it.
I'm not that. I mean, there's people taller than me wrestling where I wrestle. So.
Yeah, but you got the legs for it, mate, to be a Stacey Keebler. You know what I
mean? I know.
Cool. Okay, Daredevil. I don't know if you guys have heard the news about Daredevil.
Oh God,
I've been seeing stuff about it. I don't actually know what's going on.
So basically, Daredevil, prior to the strikes, had just under half of their episodes fully shot and ready, and a couple of people plus is it Bob Iger watched the tapes. It was Kevin Feige and Bob Iger. They watched the episodes. They just thought bunch of crap, and they've hit the reset button on it. They fired the head writer, the director, the producer. They fired them all, and they're going right back to the drawing board with it. And again, this is the
this is the MCU cut of it, right?
This is the MCU cut of Daredevil Reborn. It's called.
All that has to be. I'll let you finish your thought, but go ahead.
Yeah, and Vincent D'Onofrio. Fuck, I can't pronounce his name. Yeah, D'Onofrio. You know, even he kind of alluded to the fact that there was some issues with the production, like arguments and things like that, when somebody pushed him on it. And so it's just endemic of basically, you know, the MCU. And some Screen Crush actually had a fantastic take on it, that they tried to do it differently and it's failed in that they didn't have a head. Oh fuck! I forgot the name of the word. I think like a creative director.
Yeah,
showrunner.
Showrunner. Thank you. A showrunner. They don't have showrunners for their shows. They just bring in a bunch of random directors and writers and all this kind of shit. And this is why you get jumbled messes that you get.
All that can be
now they're going to the classic TV format of having an established showrunner to help run the each individual character, franchise, whatever. Yeah, Jose.
All that can be said is no fucking shit, because this is like in the latest of Disney's fuck ups, because they've just been, I don't know what the fuck is going on at Disney. They got some stuff to figure out, man, because their stock is fucking in trouble. It feels just like Disney Plus as a whole. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going down, you know, and it sucks to hear about Daredevil.
Well, they're going to sell off Hulu. You know, they're going to sell off Hulu to Comcast. They might sell off like their TV channels like ABC and all of this kind of shit and focus mainly on streaming.
Yeah.
And all of that. But they overstretched themselves, and Bob Chapek did a lot of shithousery. But here's the thing as well. A lot of the blame falls on Bob Chapek that he was the one that said, ramp up production on shows. So let's just get a lot of product out there and all this kind of shit. But it's come to light that actually that was Iger's idea to ramp up the amount of shows being produced, but they put the blame on Chapek.
And with that,
to cover Iger's ass because he's the one that's come back to fix a lot of the other messes.
And with that,
but the MCU mess is his mess. Sorry, go on, Jose.
And with that, you create the fatigue, because when you got too much product, people are like, okay, cool, but I can't digest all this shit and I can't keep up with all this shit. And with Daredevil, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it supposed to be like an 18, 19 episode arc or something like that?
18 episodes.
Yeah. Wow.
18 episodes, and that they've already filmed enough that would cover an entire series on any other show.
Yeah.
And they're scrapping it all and they're redoing the whole fucking thing. And this is why things like Echo and Agatha are just going to be dumped out all at once rather than every week. Because Iger's seen like just everything that's in production now is just a big fucking mess. And I wouldn't be surprised if after that we don't get second seasons of a lot of shows. If certain things get scrapped, like Loki's just like the first one we've had that's in its second season. And we'll talk about that. I think we might do a review tomorrow, possibly. Of
because Loki's out now. I got to watch the second fucking episode.
Yeah, have a watch of that. So, yeah, I'm not going to say anything here. I'll save it for the thing.
Yeah.
And that. But, yeah, I mean, look, we've gone back and forth for a lot of times about the state of Disney. I'm just focus mainly on the Daredevil thing. They're redoing the whole thing. So it's always, you know, the drama that's going on at Disney is as interesting as the drama going on at wrestling.
In a way, it sucks though, because it's like all that time you spent all that time getting 18 episodes going. You filmed it, you post it, you edit it, and kaput. That sucks.
But the thing is, you know, when you have a dud like Secret Invasion and how panned that was a pile of shit.
Yeah.
Shredder, I don't know if you watched Secret Invasion at all.
No,
that was just a big pile of shit, basically. And I think after that, and also the director's attitude and the amount of pushback that he's given and the lashing out that he's done, and again, a lot of arguments and fights between directors and producers on the actual show itself. After things like that, I think this is when Iger's just said, okay, fuck it, I'm going to have a showrunner to run this each franchise in the TV division. So it's their baby. They know what to do with it. Not going to just throw a bunch of randoms in there. And it was telling. It was very telling. This is where the chaos was. Shit writers, no showrunners, just random directors. And that is why it was a mess, especially when you compare it to the Netflix stuff. So watch this space. Let's see what happens. And finally, the Microsoft acquisition of Activision is finally happened. So Microsoft's monopoly grows further.
This is good and bad.
It's good because it's Bobby Kotick is out.
Yep. Bad and good because we're going to be getting stuff on Game Pass, which is what we want. Because for Game Pass people, if you like Game Pass, it's worth it. So for that reason, it's good.
Well,
but there's bad to come with it too.
It's good for you Xbox fans.
Yep.
And things like that to get on the game. But as an industry as a whole, I loathe monopolies.
It sucks.
Yeah, expect a lot of layoffs at Activision Blizzard to come.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And they've already laid off a fuckload of people despite record profits. Just last year or the year before, they laid off 800 people and expect a fuckload more to come, as Shredder said. Thankfully, one of those is Bobby Kotick, but it's not a layoff. It's a big payoff, and off he goes. He doesn't lose any money. With that being said, and now I said TikTok with this acquisition, and the TikToking is because people are fucking happy about this acquisition because they just didn't want Bobby Kotick. And I'm like, listen, Bobby Kotick or not, monopolies are fucking bad. And not just that, look at the state of the games that the companies that Microsoft has bought. How many good games have they churned out? How many games are out there that are memorable? I think we've only got Starfield, and that's mediocre at best, or an okay game, depending on what you like. It's in the middle. It's a 50-50 type game. It doesn't have the longevity, though, because a lot of people are already ditching it and going back to other games.
You're going to play it once and you're done. That's Starfield.
Exactly. So, as somebody who likes Call of Duty, and I know you do, Jose, as well.
I do too. Yep.
Okay, Modern Warfare 2 was a broken piece of shit. It didn't even work on my friend's PS5 at all. And he's installed the demo of Modern Warfare 3, and that doesn't work on his PS5 at all. So he must have some kind of software clash on his PS5. Yeah,
he needs to get his console checked because it worked on mine.
He's asked me because you know Swarm Donkey Steve. He's asked me if yours is working. I said, yeah, he's had no problems after
mine
the first update. It works absolutely fine. But his one, I said to him, you need to change your PlayStation. Obviously, you can't do that because it's fucking expensive.
Yeah.
But the point is don't expect any improvement because Halo's gone to shit. Bethesda is still a pile of shit. And the other games releases have been a big pile of shit or they've been scrapped. And don't expect any improvements with Treyarch, Infinity Ward, and Sledgehammer, who do the Call of Duty stuff. Especially, as William alluded to, there's going to be a bunch of layoffs. And they're going to be within those fucking studios. And, it's still going to be a mess.
And to also add in for you PlayStation fans, here's the worst of it. You know how you guys get those exclusive like PlayStation tiers and shit? You're not going to be getting that anymore with this Game Pass. Once it comes to Game Pass, everything is transitioning to Microsoft. So if you want the bundles, if you want the tier skips, if you want the battle passes, you could still get them on PlayStation, but you won't get them like you do on Xbox.
You won't get the exclusivity of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, the thing that bothers me is like, how is this not against like several business laws?
Money.
No, because there's literally antitrust legislation which is built in against monopolies. It's literally built into.
Well, the antitrust thing doesn't exist in America anymore.
No,
it only
was
exists
UK
when it's
regulators that had to approve this deal.
Huh?
It was UK regulators that had to approve the deal.
That's right. So the it was the UK and the US that were kind of holding it up. The US eventually were like, all right, fuck it, and the UK were just dumb. But what annoys me is more like the people was, the UK's thing was saying, hey, this creates a certain monopoly in terms of streaming, that it gives you an unfair advantage in terms of streaming, like the Game Pass and all this kind of stuff. And so PlayStation, obviously, they don't want to lose their cash cow, which is Call of Duty. So this is how they got in there. Eventually, they were able to convince them, no, this isn't a monopoly, even though it fucking is a monopoly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's not just on them. There's just a handful of companies that own a broader amount of companies. And even those big, even when your conglomerate giant like Activision is now getting swallowed up, the company that swallowed up all the best studios and killed them, along with EA, okay, is now swallowed up by an even bigger conglomerate. And you're saying that that's not a monopoly? It's fucking ridiculous. And the EU, who were supposed to be the strictest people on monopoly laws, just gave the deal straight away. They're like,
they leewayed it. They
no
said,
problem.
Fuck it, we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah,
well, there were some terms and conditions that had to be agreed upon before this was approved. It wasn't just a simple case of saying, okay, well, fuck it, you can go through with this.
What, in the
the UK regulators?
No, with the UK. So I'll get to that. So with the UK regulators, so some of the deals were to do with exclusivity of Call of Duty.
Well, not just Call of Duty, but a lot of Activision Blizzard's titles. So Ubisoft, for example, they've got cloud gaming. They've got cloud gaming rights for every Activision Blizzard game, past and future, for the next 15 years, and that had to be respected as part of the deal.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so that has to be available to people on PlayStation or other services as well. The Ubisoft thing that still has the Xbox games, right? Okay, I get you.
But the cocksmack is going to be, oh look, we're putting this on Game Pass, so that's what they're doing. Like on that side, they're like, oh look, you don't have to pay $70 for Call of Duty anymore because here it fucking is, and that's what's going to happen with the next one. Yeah. Not this one, but the next one.
The thing is, yeah, the deal that Sony have now is they're still getting Call of Duty, and that's all they wanted. Exclusivities on deals be damned, as long as they've got their cash cow, because it's their biggest earner is the Call of Duty titles. Mm-hmm. So as long as Microsoft stick to that for now, then there's no issue. But now that Microsoft has Activision and the regulators, they could just turn around and say like, yeah, anyway, fuck you, mate.
But you know
that, which is stupid for Microsoft to do, because they piss away $1 billion a year on revenue.
And if I'm Sony, to counteract, I'm buying Square Enix right now. I'm working a deal out and saying, okay, you own this, we're taking this from you, and we're making Final Fantasy a PlayStation thing going forward. Like they used to be buddy-buddy with Nintendo, then they went to PlayStation, then they went to Xbox. Now it's time to go back to PlayStation if I'm Square Enix.
Yeah, but and again, this is the frustrating thing, because this is what happens. You're going to keep getting these companies buy up all these fucking studios, and PlayStation bought Bungie, for example. So now Destiny is only available on PC and PlayStation now.
Yep.
So it's I don't like it, but I'm mainly do I really give a fuck? No, I just don't like monopolies. But I'm just here to come back this time next year, when shit's still the same in terms of quality of games or lack of, and to say to those people that wanted this to happen, fucking told you so.
Yeah, it's your
So
fault.
let's see. It's your fault. You know,
It's your fault.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's it, really, guys. Anyone else got anything they want to talk about before we sign off?
I've watched The Reckoning and oh dear. It's just like,
What's The Reckoning?
so basically it's Steve Coogan plays Jimmy Savile.
Oh, I'm not giving that the time of day. But talk about it. I'm just saying I'm not going to watch that.
All right. So basically, what they do is they have like all of his victims kind of like doing interviews, and then they have like dramatization of like his like how he started off as like a DJ in Leeds, I think. They ended up in Manchester, and then he like got Top of the Pops and all that sort of stuff, and how it gave him like access to people and stuff like that. Is like some of it. Like Steve Coogan's really good as Jimmy Savile, but like he's really creepy. But like there's other stuff that like apparently like they've made up. Like for example, there's a lady who gets raped and that young lady who gets raped in Flaming Top of the Pops. But apparently she's not a real person. She's based on a real person, but apparently that real person, there's no evidence that she committed suicide because of the rape of Jimmy Savile or something. So there's a lot of like dodgy shit.
The program itself has been panned, but Steve Coogan's portrayal as Jimmy Savile has been heavily praised. They've said, he was an incredible piece of acting on his part.
Are we surprised though with Steve Coogan? I mean, the guy is just a fucking versatile powerhouse. He really is. He doesn't get enough credit for his acting chops. But yeah, I'm glad there has been quite a bit of pushback on this as well. Like I don't ever feel that people that have done something that horrendous should get like a biopic, essentially. I know it's kind of different. It's like interviews and performances and all that, but the documentaries are enough for that to highlight what happened.
Biopics are the new cool thing now, though, because 10 years ago it used to be superhero movies, and now we've moved on from superhero movies, and now it's biopics.
Biopics on video game films. But
wasn't there a lot of controversy when Dahmer was aired? Well, began airing.
Yeah, but I mean, but I've seen it, and as I said, it's they have like sort of like as tasteful as they can do reconstructions of several abuses of people. Well, as Steve Coogan doing that.
But this is what I mean. You're doing a dramatization with a legit actor and all this kind of stuff on something that horrendous. It's not a necessity.
I think it's a little bit bad taste in my personal view.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's just bad taste. Don't do it. Just just the documentaries with the victims, if they choose to come forward and all of that, is good enough. We don't fucking need this kind of thing, because it's horrible, and a lot of his victims are still alive as well. Well, I think, didn't you say that they do interviews in the show?
Yeah, well? so they get so they get about 4 or 5 of them. Like they get the young lad that was done by him, and then like about 4 of his like female victims. Like there's some because so basically the BBC. The head of the BBC, like there's like representations, like there's certain people who are onto it, like and their voices were listened to and stuff like that. It's like a little bit. Oh well, there's some people who do because they had to be like hero characters. It's like, dude, you don't need to do this. It's based on a real story. You could just
heroes though. This is the thing.
No, there were no heroes in that.
There are no fucking heroes.
I'm talking about in the series. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Gaz. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying they should.
The only people I would say who were even remotely close to heroic were the victims who came forward all those times that did it.
100%. Yeah, because I do not believe for 1 second an executive of the BBC or anything like that would have fucking tried to be a hero and do something about it, because it just went on for his entire career right up until he'd become a recluse in his house, and then God knows what happened after that. So let's just say till his death. and it only after he died was all this stuff. So he was so heavily protected, not just by the BBC, but by fucking MPs and the Tory government as well had protected him. So he had governmental protection as well. So yeah, when it comes to Savile, like you said, the heroes are the victims for sure. And it's not an attack on you guys. I'm just saying if they're the dramatization of trying to make any TV producer and that some kind of hero, it's just bollocks.
Like the have like him going to like Leeds Royal Infirmary and the lead director of Leeds Royal Infirmary, his wife is one of the people who's like kind of onto him, and she's kind of like portrayed as a figure, and that the Leeds Royal Infirmary is kind of like persuaded by the fact that he's basically ordered by government to put him as head of this and stuff like that. And there's also like new producers that come in the BBC. It's kind of like the BBC trying to make themselves look good in this dramatization. I think to an extent, yes. And that's what kind of that led a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth, I'm afraid.
And that's the other thing. There's the conflict of interest because it's the BBC doing the biopic as well. If it's like ITV or your Channel 4s or whatever, there might be more of a kind of less biased approach to it, even though I still wouldn't condone it being made. So the fact that the BBC are the ones doing it as well, it just smacks in the face of the victims. And now the victims, again, were very brave to come forward in this documentary and take part in it, but it's still a slap in their face. Because, yeah, we're the ones that allowed it to fester, and we looked the other way, or part of the problem and all that. But anyway, come back onto this channel. You know, some of those executives are still alive, to my knowledge. So, yeah.
I mean, there were some people who had suspicions who at least took steps.
Yeah.
Paul O'Grady, for example, before he died, he had done an interview where he mentioned that he worked in one of the homes where Savile was abusing girls. Now, he had been told by I believe it was the head orderly at the time, he had been told, do not leave him alone with the girls. Now, Paul O'Grady at that time, he was completely naive. He thought it was a case of, well, you know, it's probably because, you know, like he's a grown adult, you know, he probably doesn't want to be stuck around kids all day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And no, it turned out it was because there was suspicion that Savile was interfering with them. But it was back in the day, you know, it's going back to like the 1970s.
Yeah.
So, look, we didn't know what a paedophile was back then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And just for you, Jose, to know who Jimmy Savile was, basically, you know, it was like a Catholic priest.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
You've heard the name, okay? Yep. Yeah, because and what a wrestler that passed away recently would like beat the shit out of him in the ring. But I don't know if it was tied to because he knew what he was or not.
No, it was the story about Adrian Street you're talking about.
Yeah,
Adrian Street beat the shit out of him. It wasn't because he knew that Savile was abusing kids. He's actually gone on record and said that if he had known what Savile was doing, he would have gone fucking harder.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Because, but I mean, even then there was some hints that perhaps wrestlers knew what was going on, because Jackie Pallo had written an autobiography. Jackie Pallo was a British wrestling legend, and he had written an autobiography, and he mentioned that it was the wrestler's responsibility to make sure that any women they hooked up with after shows were over the legal age of consent. If they weren't, then that wrestler was going to get the shit beaten out of them in the dressing room for weeks at a time. Because, you know, technically you could wind up having the police investigating your entire fucking locker room.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Now, this was pointed out to Savile in an interview once, and he clammed up about it and decided to stop talking about wrestling. Jackie Pallo hated Jimmy Savile.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's because he knew that of what Savile was, or he just felt he was an embarrassment to the business. I know that's why Adrian Street beat the fuck out of him.
Oh, yeah, that was right. Yeah, it was.
Because Adrian Street had been in a program, you know, he he'd just beaten very, very quickly the British middleweight champion George Kidd.
Yeah.
He dislocated George Kidd's shoulder. So they were building up to this return match where Kidd was going to get his George Kidd was going to get his revenge. He'd be doing special training, to work on submission holds, and he was going to hurt Adrian Street as badly as Street had done to him. A promoter decided, okay, well, while Kidd's away doing that, we want to book Adrian Street against Jimmy Savile, and Street is going to have to carry Savile to a time limit draw.
All right. Oh, really? Right.
Yeah, so that was like massive slap in the face to Adrian Street. And he says, "You're not a fucking wrestler."
Yeah.
So
that's what it was, because he just
Street beat the utter fuck out of him. Yeah, it was Savile's second to last match.
Right. No, there you go. Well, he did the fucking world a favor. Let's be honest.
Yep.
Cool.
But Jose, the BBC commissioned for pretty no enough an hour long episodes of a dramatization or mixed with interviews with victims of Savile's exploits and stuff like that, and reconstructions of sexual abuse he did to people in different bits. And seriously, those things are really rough to watch, even if they don't show the details. There's one bit where he's speaking to a woman who's disabled from the bottom down, who's in a wheelchair. And literally she says, "Oh, I can't feel anything below my legs." And he's literally her legs. So he put his head, and then she's looking down. He's got his hand up her skirt. It's just oh, that's just rough.
Yeah, Savile did used to interfere a lot with mentally and physically disabled girls.
Yes, those were his main target. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's also
a real sick, real fucking sick piece of shit.
Yeah, and he was a major celebrity for decades.
Yeah, massive. I mean, he had a show called Jim Will Fix It, where kids would go on that fucking show to get their dreams come true, kind of thing. It's that kind. It's like throwing fucking. It's like a Michael Jackson thing. Even though there's everything Michael Jackson's done has been, but that kind of, hey, if this guy's a pedophile and he's always surrounded by kids, kind of thing. And this is with Jimmy Savile, that kind of thing. Throwing the fucking sheep to the lions kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah. But cool. All right then, guys. Gonna end it there.
Was anybody watching the fake boxing match this weekend?
Oh, fuck those guys.
We don't even watch regular boxing because it's a.
Dildo Dallas. Is it Jake Paul? No, it's Logan Paul.
No, right. So the main card, the two big fights, quote unquote fights. There's KSI versus Tommy Fury.
Okay.
And Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis.
All right. Well, okay. I'm looking at my pie chart. I might have to stay up for 24 hours and think about this. And I've got the answer. The answer is I really don't give a shit.
Well,
after many hours of research.
Well, hang on. I'll touch on the Logan Paul Dylan Dennis fight because there is something about that I'm finding hysterically fucking funny.
Okay, what is
it? They're both talking smack about each other, and talking about each other being scammers, and they're both using the research that was done on them by CoffeeZilla.
Oh my god!
So Dylan Dennis is talking about CryptoZoo, and Logan Paul is talking about how CoffeeZilla tricked him into supposedly advertising of some crypto token, and wound up linking to a site that outlined 20 of Dylan Dennis's scams.
Oh my god!
The best part is CoffeeZilla has addressed it. He's not only addressed this, but he wound up exposing another fucking crypto rug pull that Logan Paul was involved in, which includes, I'll send you guys the link, but it includes a leak of Logan Paul setting up to rug pull this cryptocurrency.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! The guy is just, and this is who WWE want to associate with.
Yep.
Now the Dennis versus Paul fight potentially might be off. I don't know. During the press conference today, Dylan Dennis hit Logan Paul in the face with a microphone.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I saw that clip.
Yep.
He cut his cheek, so he's cut him, and his face is swollen now.
Oh.
So it's possible that the fight might be called off.
Yeah.
And the main fight will still be KSI versus Tommy Fury.
Well, according to my pie chart that I took about maybe 5 minutes working on, I came to the conclusion that I really don't give a shit. So I think I'll sleep. I think I'll sleep all right.
I mean, I might put something up on NerdTube just for a laugh, just talking about the fucking analysis of like these guys, because
the Dave Meltzer analysis version.
The Jake Paul Tommy Fury fight made that fucking fight between Kimbo Slice and Dada 5000 look like the second coming of Ali versus Frazier.
It was pretty bad.
Fuck you know.
It was fucking rotten. I mean,
let me just hang on. I'm just going to sign off here. We can carry on talking afterwards.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Everyone enjoyed us. Take care. We'll see you next week, and join us. Keep an eye out for whatever other crap we've got going.